normal voice. I'm talking in my normal voice.
Full. Who is this one for? That's just for you, Julian, and then we'll take it down. Okay. Okay. Whoops, wait. Did you cut this out of your yearbook? Okay. Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to start the speeches momentarily, but the really important reminder for everyone to know is that the gym is off limits unless you're watching a speech or giving a speech. So if you're in class later today and you need to use the restroom, go into the hall. And if you're coming in to watch a speech, just look through the window and make sure there's not a student speaking. If I'm speaking, it's fine, you can come in. But if there's a student speaking, just wait till the student's done and then enter, okay? I know all of you guys have worked super hard on your speeches, and you're excited and ready to go and ready to be done with this. But I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate all your hard work and practice, and I'm really excited for you guys to go. And I think that now the microphone is on. Can you guys all hear me better now? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna be sitting right there. When you first come up, I'm gonna sort of, if you're not being loud enough for the mic, I'll go like that. If your volume's good, I'll just go like that, so you know. So just look at me, and then you won't have to worry if you're being loud enough or not, okay? Remember, because the way the microphone is set up, if you pound on this, it's kind of loud. Was that too loud? I put the better mic up and moved the speaker, so hopefully it won't be so sensitive. All right, I'm gonna do lunch count in just a second. Is there anyone besides my regulars who wants lunch or breakfast? All right, I'll just put my regulars in there. You can tell me later if you think you want it. All right, well, without further ado, we will have our first speaker. And I have this a little bit lower now because I think it's probably better for a lot of people, but if you want me to help you raise it up, we can do it if you don't feel comfortable. Have hand sanitizer here. I think everyone's far enough from the microphone, but if just everyone sanitizes, then we won't have to, when you come and leave, we won't have to wipe this down every time, okay? So that's why the hand sanitizer is there. All right, our first speaker of the day is Gunnar Ackley.
Hi. U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Linda Thomas Greenfield once said, "The prevalence and pervasiveness of racial discrimination might make the situation look hopeless, but we remain hopeful. Let us expose the racism and racial discrimination epidemic to every society around the globe. Let us press forward to root out that discrimination and remove the rot from our foundations. And on this day dedicated to ending racial discrimination, let us leave our children a less hateful, more hopeful world." Racial discrimination has been prevalent since this country was created. It even happened in other countries long before the creation of our nation. Thankfully, we and other countries have made long strides to combat racism and discrimination. The 14th Amendment was introduced after slavery was outlawed. It gave anyone born within the U.S. every right, no matter their race or their gender, which was later added. This was the U.S.'s first big step in combating racial discrimination. Signed in 1866, ratified in 1865, the 13th... Sorry. Ugh.
Stop the live stream. Got messed up.
Oh, did okay. Cool. Sorry, we had some technology problems. Gunnar will begin again. Thank you. Okay. U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Linda Thomas Greenfield once said, "The prevalence and pervasiveness of racial discrimination might make the situation look hopeless, but we remain hopeful. Let us expose the racism and racial discrimination epidemic to every society around the globe. Let us press forward to root out that discrimination and remove the rot from our foundation. And on this day dedicated to ending racial discrimination, let us leave our children a less hateful, more hopeful world." Racial discrimination has been prevalent since this country was created. It even happened in other countries long before the creation of our nation. Thankfully, we and other countries have made long strides to combat racism and racial discrimination. The 14th Amendment was introduced after slavery was outlawed. It gave anyone born within the U.S. the natural rights of a U.S. citizen. This was the U.S.'s first big step in combating racial discrimination. Signed in 1866, the 14th Amendment gave freedoms to many slaves and let them live their lives like normal people. Although they were still discriminated against, they were free, and that is all that mattered at the time. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state of wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction equal protection of the laws. This was the first thing the U.S. did as a whole to combat racism and discrimination, although many people were still racist at the time, which was still a problem. Another step we can take as a country to combat racism and other form of discrimination is an anti-racism amendment that legalizes problems like racist acts, bullying, and labeling groups like the Ku Klux Klan a terrorist group rather than just having them on a watch list. In an article about ending discrimination and bullying in the U.S., Professor Kendi from American University describes the possibilities of a 28th Amendment combating racism and other unneeded extremities. Racial inequity is evidence of racist policy and the different racial groups as equals. The amendment would make unconstitutional racial inequity over a certain threshold as well as racist ideas by public officials. It would establish and permanently fund the Department of Anti-Racism, composed of formally trained experts on racism and no political appointees. This amendment not only eliminates racist policies in the U.S., but it gives permanent funding to the Department of Anti-Racism, which needs funding badly, as the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division was almost shut down due to lack of funding in 2018. Along with the U.S., many countries are taking action against discrimination and racism. Many have already passed laws making racial discrimination illegal, creating amendments or passing laws. Countries like Bolivia, Chile, and Greece have made gender and racial discrimination illegal, with punishments up to 25 years in jail, depending on the offense. Uruguay has even passed a bill to give people of African descent free school. Bolivia, Chile, Ecuador, Kazakhstan, Lithuania, and Serbia reported that discrimination on the grounds of racism has been declared punishable by law. Uruguay has adopted a law on affirmative action policies to ensure equal access to higher education. Uruguay has adopted law on affirmative action policies to ensure equal access to higher education and to the public labor market, stipulating a quota of at least 8 cents for people of African descent. These are all ideas that the U.S. should look at, because the anti-discrimination laws are in the workplace and in public. It usually just ends with the offender getting a small fine, while people in other countries can go to jail for 5+ years for racial discrimination. These examples set near perfect examples of preventing racial discrimination and giving back to those discriminated against. An anti-racism amendment could do wonders for our country. It could be a huge step towards ending racism in the U.S., an issue that has been with our country since its creation in 1776. Thank you.
Can I start? We all know the date, January 6, 2021. Our capital was stormed by a mob of people who thought their freedom was at stake. Many thought they were there to protest and protect their rights, but what we saw on TV was a totally different scene. From people storming into the building, looking through government documents, vandalizing the Capitol building, taking selfies, setting up a gallows nooses, to someone being killed. Some were horrified by the violence, but many thought that these were true patriots who thought their freedom was at stake. The U.S. has been severely divided due to things from small differences like masks, to big things like political stances. The media contributes to this division by dramatizing the differences, only showing the bad side of ongoing situations. The media doesn't show much of the good side where both the opposing sides are helping each other. Most of the times, we are more civilized than they portray on TV. The biggest reasons for our division has to do with politics, the latest being Trump supporters and Biden supporters. With their different views inspiring followers, many people have the same beliefs as the candidates. And with the constant back and forth between the two, it leads to one side fighting with the other. According to New York Times, anyone who can't tell the difference between an ordinary Bernie Sanders supporter and a Stalinist revolutionary, or between a Donald Trump's average voter and a Nazi, is either willfully ignorant or needs to get out of the house more. Trump's more aggressive supporters, the ones that stormed the Capitol, have a record of doing racist and other questionable things for the past 2 years, from shooting and pointing guns at Black Lives Matter protesters, to calling vaccinated and mask-wearing people sheeps. The only way to bring people back together and be a civilized country again is kindness. Helping each other will inspire others to do the same. The only way to start the process is taking the first steps. The first steps is to stop the violence. Being kind to people you know is easy, but being kind to people who are on opposing sides and you hate takes courage. This is one of the things the media doesn't often share. When people from opposing sides come together and show that they can work together and be friends. An example of this was during the Black Lives Matter protests, where news stations showed people that used the protests to riot and steal things from stores. But what they didn't show was when the police officer got separated from their team, the protesters formed a circle around the officer to ensure he wasn't attacked. Another story by the Washington Post states, on September 16, 2017, during a rally of Trump supporters, a counter-demonstrator from Black Lives Matter, a man named Hawk Newson, was quite unexpectedly invited to the address, and quite unexpectedly he won them over. Newson ended up saying, "If we really want to make America great again, we do it together." The Trumpers cheered. The courage of Hawk Newson led to something no one from both sides thought was possible: having both sides agree upon the same thing without inflicting any conflict, any violence. This is exactly what the rest of the nation needs to do and see. People need to step out of their comfort zone and make an effort to make friends who view the world differently. And then, maybe then they'll realize that we all live in the same world and have many of the same goals. It's bigger than black and white. It's a problem with the whole way of life, but it can't change overnight. But we have got to start somewhere. Reuniting the people of the United States should be our top priority, but the government is not going to do that. So we the people have to do it ourselves. And the only way to do that is by kindness. Working together to rebuild our nation. A nation that was once great, and it's our job to make it great again.
Oh, it is. Great job so far, students. Really proud of all of you. Just a quick reminder, make sure your parents know ahead of time about when you're going to be on so they can watch you, because the live stream today is just live. We can't put it up to watch later until a few weeks from now just because of some rules about the Lions Club speech contest. So this is like a closed, private, just live viewing. And then later on, we can put up everybody's speeches if your parents want to watch it later, if they can't watch it live today. But just make sure they know in case it's the easiest to try to just get you today. So just let your parents know. Do your best. Everyone's doing a great job. And Miss Lori can give you a signal about the sound too, because I think I'm hearing it better because I'm so close. So Miss Lori will tell you if you should be a little louder or if you're okay. All right? Don't be so nervous. Hold up your cards when you read your quotes so we can see your face, okay? But great job to Gunnar and Julian so far. Our next speaker is Emma.
Imagine a small town with 2 gas stations owned by local businesses that are being forced to switch to charging stations right away. Are we forcing new infrastructure too fast on too many people and small businesses? There is a chance that gas stations won't have enough gas customers for owners to stay in business until electric chargers are fast enough. Although electric cars are super cool, they're still very expensive. Eventually, we will have the infrastructure, technology, and finances for all cars to be electric. But we aren't there yet. Let's slow it down and do it right. If the government makes EVs mandatory too early, not everyone will have the money to pay for an electric car. But after infrastructure is placed around the world, prices will go down. According to a recent article by CNBC, the average transaction price of an electric vehicle EV is $56,437, according to Kelley Blue Book Winters. Based on this quote, the average price of an electric car is $12,000 more than a gasoline-operated car. That's too much. So meanwhile, there are many things that we can do in order to make electric vehicles more affordable and convenient to own. There are $7,000 rebates in California, but not in all states. There's a federal tax credit of $7,500, but not everyone owes that much in taxes. We're on the right path, but we need to get our timing right. Another worry is when more charging stations get placed around the world. What will happen to small businesses such as gas stations? CNET explains the change to the world. The future of gas stations will require the stations to look to the past. These gas stations won't have enough time travel at their disposal, but they will need to once again embrace the idea of service stations to ensure they remain relevant. Coolly. Service stations will still have to require restrooms, food, drinks, and services for cars such as air for tires, water, and new services that EVs will require. Gas stations will also have to decide if they want to incorporate charging stations. Without these things, gas stations won't be needed as much as they are today. The infrastructure for charging stations isn't quite ready yet. Rural towns need lots of charging stations because there are lots of travelers going many miles and will expect them. According to an article by EV Connect, many rural areas don't have a robust electrical infrastructure. Their limited power output also limits the number of EVs they can charge and the number of charging stations they can support. They explain the bad part of how much power is needed for charging stations. There are more issues with EVs in rural towns without four-wheel drive, and our power infrastructure is more limited. Additionally, the time it takes a hybrid or a gas car to fill up is far less than the time it takes to charge an electric car. According to PodPoint, the time it takes to charge an electric car can be as little as 30 minutes or more than 12 hours. This depends on the size of the battery and the charging point. A typical car 60 kilowatt battery takes just under 8 hours to charge from empty to full. with a 7 kilowatt charging point. At a charging station, it will be much faster, under an hour, but much longer than a gas fill-up. When buying an EV, you have to plan ahead and charge overnight. Imagine starting your electric car, but the battery isn't charged, and you're already late to work. That would be bad, right? Although charging times are speeding up, they aren't fast enough yet. All in all, we had the money that we need for infrastructure, but if we move too fast, the charging stations won't get installed in time, the battery life won't be long enough, and the best technology won't exist yet. Forcing through EV mandates won't help climate change and will put pressure on many businesses, many people, and car manufacturers.
Play.
Yeah. For many years, the Constitution has revolved around the human rights. But what about the animals? The most needed amendment to our Constitution in our world today is the Animal Rights Amendment. Many people don't give attention to animals having any rights, or they simply don't care. But in reality, animals are sacrificing their own lives and suffering for us humans. Animals deserve as many rights as humans do. Animals are no different than any human. We both inhabit this world, and we both have feelings. All around the world, animals have been suffering for many reasons. People have seen how animals can be mistreated, but not many did anything about it until the Animal Welfare Act came into effect. According to an article from the USDA states, the Animal Welfare Act was signed into law in 1966. It is only federal law in the United States that regulates the treatment of animals in research, exhibition, transport, and by dealers. Other policies and guidelines may include additional species coverage or specifications for animal care and use, but all refer to the Animal Welfare Act, the minimum acceptable standard. This act is to protect all animals from any sort of abuse in any way, but many have ignored the law and continue to mistreat the animals. This is why we need something stronger than a law, and we need an amendment. People hunt to kill animals for trophies, which soon will cause many animals to later on go extinct. Tigers, giraffes, and Asian elephants are being killed for their skin and having their horns off, leaving them to suffer. It should be legal for people to hunt any animal for superficial purposes. There are many places and practices where people are hurting animals, but a central area of concern is animal experimentation, in many laboratories using different procedures. According to PETA states, in the U.S., the species most commonly used in experiments compress 99% of all animals' laboratories, but are specifically exempted from even the minimal protections of the federal animal welfare. The most common use for animals is for testing and doing any lab research. Rabbits, for example, are being tested on beauty products. They have chemicals dropped on their eyes and part of their skin being shaved off and having chemicals injected. The rabbits have no idea what is going on whatsoever, but all they do know is that they are traumatized and in pain for people to have their personal beauty. Although there are many different ways the labs are doing the work, most using cruel ways that cause many animals to die during the procedure or even after. There are many procedures being done on animals at this very moment. Animals shouldn't be being tested on to even begin with. They deserve to live their lives in their safe enclosure, not in labs. They suffer the most fear and pain before the procedure, with different ways of testing. PETA says, before their deaths, some are forced to inhale toxic fumes, others are immobilized in restraint devices for hours. Some have holes drilled into their skulls, others have their skin burned burned, or the spinal cords crushed. Monkeys are one of the animals being used for animal testing and that die in this procedure and trying to escape but can never successfully do. They're strapped in very tight equipment to maintain the monkey better, and they use monkeys because the researchers say that they're more similar to us human beings. No matter how often animals die, some people will never open their eyes and do things about it, while there are many others who are trying to stop anything that is involving hurting animals. According to an article, it states, each year, more than 100 million animals, including mice, rats, frogs, dogs, cats, rabbits, and fish and birds, are killed in U.S. laboratories for biology lessons, medical training, and curiosity-driven experimentation. Each year, animal loses their life or they go completely insane with their mental health with testing. Entertainment mainly. Being in tight spaces or being even restrained will make them lose their mind and will do unexpected things. They will die from sadness, some will die from trying to escape. Some may not even eat because they don't feel safe or they feel sick. Some may know that SeaWorld is a theme park, but it has been a problem where people have been noticing that animals go insane with being in small walls, and knowing that they don't want to be in there. They are taken from their homes and used for entertainment all around. Many people have seen that the animals are in danger and are dying. Animal lovers will fight until animals get the rights that they deserve. Many people need to help out to change the world and make it safe for animals to live in. The modern animal rights movement began in the 1970s when Peter Singer published Animal Liberation. The book quickly gathered international attention and inspired many people to lead to cruelty-free lifestyles. Peter Singer, a man who loves animals and knows that they are dying and that they are in need of help, wrote a book for people to get to know the truth and to see what they suffer for. People may say that they need to do their research, but beauty products shouldn't be the reason. There can be many different ways to do so, but using animals should never be the case. In conclusion, no animals should suffer for us humans. Animals are in desperate need of constitutional protection. People need to end the animal suffering so animals can feel safe and live their normal lives untouched. Animals should have the same amount of rights as humans do. They were given this life just like we were. Animals don't bother us unless a person gets into their business. Animal testing, hunting, and entertainment should be illegal in the whole world, or anything harming animals. Thank you.
It's fine. Have you ever wondered if electric cars are the coolest cars out there and don't pollute the world? Well, it's not so simple. They actually make more pollution than a regular car out of the assembly line, but benefit the world in the long run because gas cars catch up with CO2 emissions. You may even have to wait hours for it to charge up to drive, unlike a gas car that only takes minutes to fill up. Although many electric cars have great technology and are a good car to have fun in, the truth is that they're not all that people think they are. People might think that they cause no harm to the environment, but in reality, we still have to mind for the lithium that goes into these batteries causing destruction. Electric cars take a lot longer to charge, and there's not as many charging stations out there. They are also a lot more expensive as of right now. So I think we shouldn't only see electric cars in our future. We should build cars with a variety of technology. One of the biggest disadvantages of the electric car is mining for the materials for the batteries. According to an article from the New York Times, mining cobalt produces hazardous trailings and slags that can leach into the environment, and studies have found high exposure in nearby communities, especially among children, to cobalt and other metals. Extracting the metals from the ores also requires a process called smelting, which can emit sulfur oxide and other harmful air pollution. Even though electric cars are good for the environment in the long run, when a car like Tesla first comes out of the assembly line, it has already created 65% more emissions than a RAV4. When mining for these materials, it also adds up a lot of emissions quickly because of the equipment being involved. The people's health and safety is also on the line when mining for these materials because a lot of them are only using hand tools and many children are also mining for these metals. We also need to evaluate how all this electricity is being made to charge up the cars. In the United States, we still use coal to make electricity. When people charge their car at a charging station out of state, they could be using electricity made from burning coal. If we keep moving everything to solar panels, wind farms, or a better way of getting electricity, this will help the environment even more. Electric cars do help the environment, but the benefit is not as pure as some assume. There is some harm too. Additionally, the infrastructure for these vehicles is not ready yet because we do not have enough chargers or fast enough chargers. According to an article from Ocean Crest Motors, the 2021 Bolt EV is rated for 295 miles on a full charge, and the Tesla Model S has a listed range between 387 and 520 miles. For comparison, the gas-powered cars can typically boast a range around 400 miles per tank of gas. The gas-powered vehicles will always have this advantage on the electric cars because when refueling, it only takes around 4 to 6 minutes. Unlike the gas car, electric cars, depending on the size of the battery, can take up to 1 to 2 hours to get fully charged while traveling. Although some can use the fast chargers to get the battery to 80% in 30 minutes, that's still a lot longer than you would regularly take to fill up a gas car. When you are going on a long trip, you also have to plan out in advance where you are going to stop to charge your battery. When you are in a gas car, you don't have to worry about this because there are gas stations everywhere. There are not enough charging stations right now to switch to electric cars efficiently because of the limited battery range. If you're not at a charge, you're going to be stranded because you can't add fuel to it and keep going. I think we should lay going 100% electric car and let charging stations catch up and have them come up with a faster way of charging before everything is electric. Another disadvantage of going to 100% electric is that they are a lot more expensive than the regular gas cars. According to an article from Ocean Crest Motors, while it is true that all electric cars cost less to operate than their gas-powered cousins, the lower ongoing costs typically come at the trade-off of a higher purchase price. The current price gap between equivalent models seems to be around $10,000. I think that we shouldn't move to pure electric cars so fast because these cars can cost around $10,000 more. Many people today can't even afford the cars that are in the market right now because they are still so expensive. So if we switch to electric cars too fast, many people will still not be buying them because of the huge price gap. Instead, they will continue to drive their gas-powered cars and there will not be a big change in the car pollution. So if we are forced to only buy new electric cars, I believe they should work on making the price gap lower for people who don't make as big as an income. I don't think that we are ready to take this big step of making all new cars electric. I think that we should, in order to slow down climate change, I think that we should build more charging stations and design a solution to charge them quicker. We should also find a new way to mine these materials for the batteries. We're moving too fast and we should get things right now so the new electric cars can succeed in the future. Thank you.
As of December 2020, the number of plug-in EVs had grown 100-fold to nearly 1.7 million. By mid-2020, cumulative plug-in electric vehicle sales had surpassed 2 million. How many EV charging stations do you see around where you live? If you don't live in a big, busy city, the answer to that question is most likely not that many. Electric cars are great for the reason that they do not. They're great. Electric cars are great for the environment, but we should transition more slowly and continue to offer gas cars alongside the electric ones and slowly thin out the amount of gas cars made every year. This will give us enough time to improve infrastructure and battery life. One of the biggest benefits of electric cars is that they do not produce the same emissions as normal gas cars. In an article from Freedom National, they say, having an electric car helps keep air cleaner and the planet healthier and reduces people's carbon footprint. With global warming being a rising problem, it is very important that we reduce the amount of emissions we put into the air and find cleaner alternatives to things like cars. In an article from NPR, California Governor Gavin Newsom has signed an executive order to ban all new sales of gas cars by the 15-year deadline. He says, "Our cars shouldn't make wildfires worse and create more days filled with smoky air. Cars shouldn't melt glaciers and raise sea levels, threatening our cherished beaches and coastlines. With this new executive order, we are on a steady climb to a greener future and a healthier planet." If we want all electric cars, one of the first things we have to do is add more charging stations. According to an article from Solar Reviews, on charging stations, they say, finding a charging station if you're driving through rural areas or on a long-distance road trip can be a challenge. On the positive side, Congress has just passed a $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill that is aimed at the addition of electric car charging stations all over the country. So in the next coming years, expect to see more and more charging stations in towns near you. Another benefit of electric cars is that they require very little maintenance. In the same article from Freedom National, they say they do not require that maintenance task or others associated with a gas engine. In addition, the brakes on electric vehicles tend to last longer. That only adds to the cost savings of choosing an electric car rather than the one that uses gasoline. Electric cars are amazing for that reason, that they do not need it to be taken to a mechanic to get an oil change. And alongside not needing oil changes, electric cars also have regenerative braking systems, meaning each time you brake, the energy exerted from that is used to charge the battery, prolonging the life of the battery and helping the brakes last longer. One of people's biggest concerns when it comes to electric cars is their battery life. According to an article from EDF Energy, they say a typical 40 kilowatt battery pack from a mainstream electric car might be enough to power it for 150 miles or so. While Tesla's biggest 100 kilowatt battery is good for 375 miles according to the WLTP standard, which aims to give a more realistic estimation of cars' real-world range or fuel economy. Well, the range is not as wide as the range of gas cars, it is still highly impressive. In that same article, it says the cost of batteries fell about 80% between 2010 and 2016. from $1,000 to $227 per kilowatt. Therefore, a new 40 kilowatt battery pack in 2016 would have cost just shy of 10,000 pounds. Some predictions estimate that prices are set to fall below $100 per kilowatt by 2030. So if something were to go wrong with your car and it's not covered by the warranty, you're gonna have to pay a pretty penny to replace it. In conclusion, if we want a cleaner, greener planet, it is important that we make that slow, steady climb to all electric cars. But before we do that, we need to make sure we have a substantial amount of charging stations all over the U.S. to ensure that everyone has a charged car. With the new infrastructure bill, we are well on our way to that goal.
Okay. Excellent job to Gunnar, Julian, Emma, Jenny, Hugo, and Cohen. I really am super proud of you guys. I know how scary it is to get up here and deliver your speech in a big room with lots of people watching you in person and online. So I really appreciate how hard you guys worked, and I really enjoy hearing your opinions about issues in our real world. As a little thank you for all your hard work, you can see I brought some brownies and there's some napkins there. It is kind of early in the morning, so if sugar or chocolate this early in the morning is not good for you, come help yourself to a brownie later in the day. But if you're ready for one now and you've already given your speech, you may do that. Just for anyone who's online and so people know, after the break, we're going to start immediately with Edder, then Josie, Jaziel. Is Jess here? Okay, good. Jess, Ulyses, and then Alden. And Mr. Godoy, I hope that's okay if Alden could come at the very end of class. She had to get rearranged. So we have like 4 minutes till the bell rings. So you guys can relax for a minute. You can get a brownie. You can practice your speech. You can change into your nicer shirt if you're planning on that, whatever you need to do. And no, students, there's no homework tonight. A little congratulations for all your hard work. No homework in English. Yeah, I better clarify. I'm sure you'll have homework in your other classes. Okay. Okay, we are back. During the second period slot, we will hear from Edder first, then Josie, Jaziel, Jess, Ulyses, and Alden. Then we'll have a slightly longer break because it's break here at school, and we will come back at 11. But right now, you can hear from our next 6 speakers, and first up is Edder.
When I was younger, I never stopped to think about how lucky I was to have a hot meal every day and a warm place to sleep. Now that I think about it, I see how lucky I am and how easy my life is. The last time I went to Mexico, I had a talk with one of my friends this kindergarten. It was just them telling me how they wish they had a life like mine, going between Mexico and the U.S. anytime, having good food and money for their lunch. One of them, they even told me that sometimes they even felt embarrassed to be around me because I was the one usually paying for everyone. Then I remember my friend telling me, I don't think you really appreciate everything you have. There's people out there that will do really bad things just to have what you have. I never saw what my parents had to go through just to have a better life. I started so normal, I never stopped to think about how other people were doing in their lives. We all need to look in other people's perspective. We have so much division in our country. Today, there's people that threaten to kill each other over wearing masks, people yelling at service workers for long lines, and we have people invaded the Capitol and threatened to hang the vice president. We close the borders and refuse to let the refugees enter our nation. This division needs to end. What we need to do is reunite our country with kindness, to make an effort to see from another person's point of view. We should also try to understand how it feels and how it affects them, and make sure to understand the situation like it was happening to you. How does it feel to be in another person's situation? Have you ever stopped to think about, have you ever stopped and noticed a homeless person in the streets and asked yourself how they ended up there? What would you do? What would you have done different? Think and try to understand. Don't just judge them. Try to see if you can even help them if possible. According to an article from Planning of Success, being able to empathize means to be capable of identifying and understanding another person's feelings. Talk to them, figure out their story. Try to have the same feelings that he has and understand where he or she is coming from. And if you can, try to help them. Remember that one smile can change how someone feels. We can see in our country a lot of where people move to our country because they think that everything is perfect here. When in reality, most of the people in our country have problems. When immigrants come to the U.S., for people, it's easy to criticize them. A lot of people like to judge without even knowing the other person's story. And that's bad because it gives a different perspective of what people, when in reality, it's a completely different story. Try and help and really see that how the person is. According to an article from Inspirational, all women can walk. Whether we like it or not, people can be judgmental. They can snap judgment upon appearances or a few conversations. It's easy for us to talk about people and that you don't know because someone had an experience, but you don't have your opinion based on another person's opinions. Try to talk to them and see what their point of view is. It might be easy to criticize someone by the way they dress and one experience that you had with them. We as a country have to be better to help our citizens and make sure they feel like they're in a family. We are lucky to be one of those people that have 3 warm meals a day. Remember that there are persons out there who wish they had a life like yours. If you can, try and help them in any way. And this is how we can now end this division in our nation and hatred in the country. We can be united and with kindness and understanding. And don't forget that we'll put our pants the same way. Thank you.
Okay. According to a 2019 article in The New Yorker, legal abortions mean that the law recognizes a woman as a person. She believes that she belongs to herself. Most obviously, it means that if she has a safe recourse, if she gets pregnant as a result of being raped. Believe it or not, in some states, the law allows a rapist to sue for custody or visitation hours. Although we already have a basic right to abortions because of the Roe v. Wade decision to protect women's rights, some states don't want abortions to be legal. The new Supreme Court will probably support these new laws and overturn, so an amendment is the only option to protect and secure women's liberations. The report of the Human Rights Watch stated, in practice, even with those exceptions apply, many women and girls are still denied abortions, putting their lives and health at risk. Medical facilities lack effective referral and systems to assess women, and doctors invoke a conscientious objection, causing excessive burdens and delays. This sends many who would be entitled to legal abortion to resort instead to an unsafe clandestine procedures. Women shouldn't be prohibited from abortions. It's important to give women the aid to safe abortion because it would lead to devastation. We need to move forward and guarantee women their right to make their own choice, equality, and justice, because what states are doing isn't right. It's crucial to allow women to decide what's best for them and their future. An article from Amnesty International, a global movement, stated, approval of this law, which already has preliminary legislative approval, will offer health and quality of life benefits to thousands upon thousands of girls, teenagers, and women. We must not be afraid when debates result in extension of rights and full equality before the law and in life. Women from around the world also don't get the same rights, and decriminalizing and legalizing abortion will be great for women's health and will help women everywhere get equality and their rights back. I want to share a story, a young woman in Advocates for the Youth, and she talks about how getting an abortion is, in some situations, is the best thing to do. When I told my abuser about the pregnancy, he was excited and not really surprised. I believe he did it on purpose to trap me. But when I told him I wasn't going to keep it, the abuse got worse. Thankfully, I live in Florida where abortions are still legal for up to 2.5 months. I was able to schedule a procedure just 2 weeks before it was too late. He even promised me to take me there. And when I found out he disappeared the morning of the appointment,
I had to take an Uber and desperately call a few friends I trusted to pick me up after. Not only did I get my abortion because I wanted to protect myself, but I came from a broken home which left me in a great deal of trauma. I never want my children to go through what I went through. If I had a child with my abuser, my child's life would have been broken from the start. That's not fair to them or me. You're not selfish for choosing an abortion. You are strong for looking out for your future. Her story shows that women have the right to decide what's best for them in any situation. Because for some people, they aren't capable of taking care of a child because of what environment they are in, or they're too young to have that much responsibility. Oh my God. In general, abortion should be legalized for women who get to decide to get abortions. But we can all agree on fewer abortions that transpire, the better. Let's prevent as many abortions as possible and let women manage their own health. And we should definitely pass an amendment to ensure a woman's right to choose. Thank you.
When people first began to drive electric cars, they knew they would save lots of money on their fuel costs and help out with the environment. The cars are fun to drive and offer lots of new technology. Why might it be better to replace gas-powered vehicles with electric cars? By replacing the old gasoline and diesel-powered engines with electric cars, there could be some big changes with environmental problems, such as air pollution and global warming. Electric cars will take over the market in the future due to the limited amounts of resources in America and in other parts of the world. Electric cars are becoming more reliable and their cost is effective. Electric cars have zero emissions, so they don't pollute the environment and don't contribute to global warming. The future of gasoline-powered vehicles is not looking so good. Car manufacturers will have to update the way they are making their cars in order to help out with the environment. To help slow down climate change, all car manufacturers will have to update the way they are making their new cars. Governor Newsom said, "For too many decades, we have allowed cars to pollute the air that our children and families breathe. Californians shouldn't have to worry if our cars are giving our kids asthma. Our cars shouldn't make wildfires worse and create more days filled with smoky air." For a long time, we have been using diesel and gas-powered vehicles for everything, and it has been starting to show some dramatic changes in the planet's environment. Electric cars don't set off greenhouse gases when they're driving, but they do when they're being made. But by driving a gasoline and diesel-powered vehicle, you're burning fuel containing toxic pollutants such as carbon monoxide and nitrogen oxides. Electric cars are imperfect, but car manufacturers are working on perfecting them. Electric cars are going to be the thing of the future. Gas-powered vehicles are good, but due to the shortage of minerals in the planet, they aren't going to be as good and cheap to maintain. Electric cars can't travel as far, and fueling takes longer. Electric cars are sometimes more expensive. According to the Wall Street Journal, building both a Tesla Model 3 and a Toyota generates several tons of greenhouse gas emissions to smelt the aluminum, manufacture the components and assembly of the vehicle. But building a Tesla actually generates more emissions because of the metals needed for its lithium-ion battery. Both cars are good to have, but the harsh truth is that gas-powered vehicles create a lot more greenhouse emissions. In the end, electric cars might create several tons of greenhouse gas emissions when they're being made, but once you start driving them, the electric cars becomes better for the environment as it releases fewer greenhouse gases, toxins, into the air. The gas-powered vehicle continues contaminating the environment more and more over its entire lifetime. Another advantage of electric cars is their advanced technology, their ability to charge fast, and you not having to pay for gas. If you're deciding between a gas-powered vehicle and an electric vehicle, a gas-powered vehicle might be more reliable, but that is not a good deal because the average American spends $3,000 to $5,000 on gas yearly. With the improvement of technology over time, we can develop new ways to improve electric cars. Electric vehicles will have new batteries that will help with faster charging time. According to Damien Carrington, an environment editor, batteries capable of fully charging in 5 minutes have been produced in a factory for the first time, making a significant step towards electric cars becoming as fast to charge or filling up as petrol or diesel vehicles. With technology, we can make batteries that are capable of fully charging in 5 minutes. This is a game changer. With batteries that take almost no time to charge, electric cars will be just like gas-powered vehicles. They won't take long to recharge or fuel up and can be just as reliable. Electric cars are better for the environment, and they have many benefits over gas-powered cars, such as electric cars need less maintenance due to the efficiency of electric motors, are economically better because they don't consume gas, are made to perform better, and have better technology. Diesel and gas-powered vehicles have better power and economic price tag, low maintenance cost, and better agility. But they release about 1.6 million tons of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere each year. We need to switch to all-electric cars soon, so we can prevent the conditions when wildfires occur too often. Lots of people lose their jobs due to the layoffs as tourists drop. Schools close because the smoke is affecting their sight and their health. Thank you.
If someone is continuously taking and never giving, at some point you have to say enough is enough and have some self-respect for yourself, because kindness starts with being kind to yourself. A lot of the time, people tend to treat others better than they treat their own selves, but you should pay attention to the impact on yourself. Random acts of kindness have the potential to change the world, in my opinion. Kindness can completely change a person's mood for the rest of the day. In our world, that kind of compassion is desperately needed. But unfortunately, kindness cannot solve the world's problems. Kindness can help us reunite our country, but it is not enough to beat our divisions. There are people who are only rude and self-centered. Being kind to one another demonstrates that you respect one another. Respect is earned. I believe that kindness cannot overpower everything going on in the world. There are so many divisions in the world. I believe when you're always being kind, you can be taken advantage of, and it can affect your trust issues. The majority of people who take advantage of others' generosity are just self-centered and ungrateful. In an article from Arlene Kunzig explains, be kind but also be assertive regarding your own rights, and most people will show you the respect you deserve. Many people also start prioritizing the needs and wants of others over your own, not by your own violation, but because of a possible fear of loss and conflict happening, which causes people to change and shift for a person. To add on, there is a difference between kind people and harmless people. Brian King states in an article, kind people have no problem setting boundaries because they also know how to be kind to themselves. Harmless people tend to neglect themselves. Kind people know how to be kind to themselves even. Harmless people tend to neglect themselves and focus on others' needs. Others also just don't want to set boundaries because of naivety. Some can believe that people will also treat them with kindness if they act naive, but they can also find it unnecessary and selfish to treat people in that manner. When you show the respect you deserve and say no, it is almost as if your kindness and lack of confidence are exploited. It feels like you can't say no or be a little bit more assertive without them getting defensive, and they despise when you reciprocate their energy out of experience. Harmless people would tolerate this because of low self-esteem and a possibly abusive past. But what is important about these boundaries is you have to confront them, but it does not have to be an argument. While those who show kindness may be overlooked or manipulated, being kind does not imply that you are weak or a target. It is possible to show kindness, but also respect yourself and your personal boundaries. In a Psychology Today article, it states, it is possible to be friendly and courteous towards them while asking them to respect your boundaries. So show some self-respect for yourself and also give yourself the kindness you give others. Consider your own values and think about what you will and will not tolerate. Kind people will stand up for themselves for others when someone crosses a line, but on the other hand, harmless people may get offended, annoyed, and angry, but will not do anything about it because they don't want to hurt someone or they don't want to say no. There is a way to teach America and everyone else how to be kind. Everyone is capable of expressing it, but not everyone chooses to express it. We can step into the clear violation and find common grounds with other people, even those with whom we strongly disagree with, through action, not just words. Most of these actions cost nothing except for our time and attention, both in which little amounts. Small acts of kindness mean a lot to people that appreciate your gratitude and time. Acts of kindness can change a person's life and perspective of kindness. Muhammad Basha Gainesville states that although, as I walked through the parking lot, all I could think about was the dire diagnosis I handed to my patient Jimmy, pancreatic cancer. Just then I noticed an elderly gentleman handing tools to someone working under his stalled car. That someone was Jimmy. "Jimmy, what are you doing?" I yelled out. Jimmy dusted off his pants. "My cancer didn't tell me to not help others, Doc," he said before waving at the old man to start the car. The engine roared. The man then thanked Jimmy and drove off. Kindness has no limits and no restrictions. Jimmy had a life-threatening sickness, but he knew in his heart that who he was and he is capable of helping others. Just because Jimmy himself was suffering, he doesn't take pettiness from others, stopping him from acting kind to another. He doesn't let his sickness define who he is. He chooses to help others even though he knows he needs help himself. The reason of lack of kindness in our world is because the fact that it is easier to be rude. In order to be kind, it takes time. It takes time, but I believe that it is all worth it as long as you are respecting yourself. When someone does something for your benefit, you are aware of it, not because they make a big deal out of it, because they show what is important to them. So you know when they sacrificed it for you, and it is a genuine act of kindness. You should always appreciate it. But that doesn't imply that we cannot alternate routes and do better. Each person has the potential to be kind and heal our groups and our nation, and it is a long run ourselves. We can say this isn't us, but simply pronouncing it won't be enough. Actions speak louder than words. Thank you.
Okay, we're having just a short pause because the class is about to come in to hear the next two speakers. And I realized I probably should have said at the beginning, students had a choice between 3 different speeches. So you could tell probably that Jess and Edder both spoke on the same topic: how can kindness reunite our country? Our next speaker who's coming up, Ulyses, is going to speak about should all new cars be electric. Jenny and Josie both spoke on the topic, what should be the next amendment to the Constitution. So I'll start when people come up. I'll just say their topic really quickly so people know from the start, and then they can start their speeches. And you know, Jess, can you run to Mr. Godoy's class and see, maybe they didn't get the text, just so we have enough time. I'm always trying to finish about 5 minutes before the bell rings so someone doesn't have the bell ring in the middle of their speech, which would be hard. What? No, keep it on, because they're coming right now. Okay, welcome everyone. Our next speaker will be Ulyses, who's speaking on the topic of should all new cars be electric?
What will the near future look like for cars, and what is going to change? Will they all be electric? Will we have another technology like fuel cells? Are we sure that we want to make this change to 100% electric in the next 15 years? Will electric cars really help stop climate change? Well, even though I think electric cars are cool, we should not make 100% of all new cars electric. There is still some technology and infrastructure that we need to improve, because moving too fast into this will cause more problems than it solves. I also do not think that we are certain that they will pollute the earth much less than other technologies, because you still have to mine the lithium for the batteries. And when building the cars, it is also releasing emission gases. There are some other disadvantages to electric cars. Like gas cars, you have to refill them, but electric cars can take a long time to charge. It is also hard for many people in the US to be making money and probably can't get the money to be able to afford an electric vehicle. Although electric cars have many amazing features and technology, I think that we should not make a law demanding that all new cars have to be electric by 2035, because there are still many things we need to improve first. Electric cars benefit the environment once we've driven them for a few years, but hurt the environment while being built because mining the lithium for the batteries. According to an article from Young People's Trust for the Environment, the raw materials for making the car have to be mined, and the process of mining creates a lot of greenhouse gases. Then the raw materials have to be refined before they can be used, which again emits more greenhouse gas. Then more greenhouse gas is emitted in the manufacturing process. Driving a used car helps the environment as much as switching to an electric car. Switching to electric cars is a big change, and before we do, we need to be looking ahead and make sure that they would really be helping the environment as much as possible, and if we have the resources to make them. Electric cars don't produce much emission gases, but the thing is, while mining the lithium for the batteries, gases are being let off. And while building the cars, they are releasing more than building a regular gas car. If we want to make this change to all electric, and a lot of people are going to be driving electric cars, we will have to mine even more lithium that we need for the batteries. So we need to make sure we want to make this change. Another downside of electric cars is when you have to stop to charge them. I know that they can go pretty far on one charge, but when you have to stop, you're going to be waiting for a long time. Even though you also have to refill your gas car, it doesn't take as long as electric cars. According to an article from Energy Sage, fueling an all-electric car can also be an issue. Fully recharging the battery pack with the level 1 or a level 2 charger can take up to 8 hours. And even fast charging stations take 30 minutes to charge to 80% capacity. I know that this is something that they're trying to make faster, but when you stop to refill your gas car, it only takes 4 to 6 minutes. An electric car can take too long because it says that in 30 minutes, it only charges it up to 80%. And if you're making a big trip, this is just going to be adding more and more time onto your trip. This isn't the only thing I see wrong with this, but if they're trying to make every new car electric, are they also going to make semi-trucks electric too? If they do, just imagine how many stops they will have to be making. Because they average 605 to 650 miles per working day, which is 11 hours. And they have to travel so far that a wait for just 30 minutes starts to add up, which can make deliveries a lot slower, which will lower the production rate of things. We just need to improve the technology before making the transition to electric. The final issue with electric cars is the big price. Electric cars cost significantly more than gas cars. We need to make sure that people are going to be able to afford electric cars, because right now the prices are too high. According to an article from Buick, while it is true that all electric cars cost less to operate than gas-powered cousins, the lower ongoing costs typically come at a trade-off of a higher purchase price. The current price gap between equivalent models seems to be around $10,000. Many people can't even afford a new gas car, and whenever a new car becomes electric, that is going to lower the possibility for those people of buying a new car. Even though Tesla is the most expensive and there are other cheaper models, they are still $10,000 to $15,000 more expensive than gas cars. Even though there are lots of rebates that you can get for thousands of dollars that will lower the price, that will close the price gap, these won't last forever. I just think that we are not ready to make the transition to 100% electric yet. If we want to make a change to help the environment, we need to change the way we mine the materials and the way we build the cars. I just think that we are moving too fast into this, and we need to slow down. And make sure that we want to make a switch that will affect us all. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be speaking on the topic of how can kindness reunite our country. Alden.
The COVID-19 pandemic has affected us all, and yet, people can't agree on masks, vaccines, and even facts. The Washington Post writes, "To many people, masks represent adherence to civic duty and a willingness to make individual sacrifices for the greater good of public health. To others, masks symbolize government overreach and a violation of personal liberty. In some places, people are protesting kids wearing masks in schools, and in others, people won't leave their house without a mask. It is so absurd that wearing a mask can mean such different things to different people. Even though we have a common enemy, which is COVID-19, this has not united us. Instead, we have seen the divide in America greater than ever." This divide grew from polarization. Polarization comes from fear and misunderstanding of the other side. It has gotten so bad in our country that a survey reported by the New York Times says 50% of consistent liberals and 66% of consistent conservatives say the other party as a threat to the nation. This statistic shows that America is incredibly politically divided. There are many reasons for this increase in distrust and fear, but the only solution is an increase of understanding and kindness. Kindness comes from the word kin, which means family. Being kind is treating strangers like they are people and letting go of prejudice about them. Sometimes polarization is created when people feel like they don't matter. An interview by the American Psychological Association says, "One reason we tend to become fixated and polarized is because of individual and collective trauma that associates with a profound sense of insignificance." Collective trauma is generations of people that all face the same problem, like generations of people being poor, excluded, or discriminated against. Many people have a good reason to feel angry and fear that they will be left out and mistreated. Sometimes people don't trust compromise because they have collective trauma and are used to being ignored. They are afraid that they will lose even more rights if the other side dominates. This problem happens because people disagree on what their rights are and even what the real facts are. To truly stop polarization in this country and actually be able to solve problems, we need to let people who've been put on the bottom of society have a voice. Braver Angels, an organization dedicated to bringing the country together, says, "Black and white, Christian and Muslim, these Americans could appreciate each other's opinions. But first, they needed to see where these opinions came from. They could listen to each other's points of view once they saw one another, not as stereotypes, but as neighbors in the country they shared. We need to work together to compromise and solve problems. But on the other hand, compromising will not always work to help solve problems like racism. African American people shouldn't have to compromise when they are being killed because of the way they look by police. I'm not saying all police are bad people. A lot of them make the world a better place. But that doesn't erase the fact that some of them are harming the innocent. We do actually need to make changes to our government so that helps poor people and stops systemic racism, but listening is a start. Sometimes being kind is acknowledging a wrong that has happened. Instead of this, people have surrounded themselves with people who agree with them. Time magazine reports on Cash Hunstein, an American legal scholar who explained, "When like-minded people gather, they tend to grow more extreme. His law of group polarization holds that people who agree with each other grow more enthusiastic in their beliefs and agreement. People get influenced by other people, and because of this influence, they become more committed to the cause they are fighting for, which can be a good thing. Real change is made by people working together to make the world better. No one would be able to change anything if everyone else ignored them. But on the other hand, they might get to the point where they won't compromise, even if they get most of what they want, or to the point of being violent." Many crises have become politicized by Democratic and Republican parties. In a 2020 survey relayed by the New York Times that asked Americans what they believe the biggest threat to the nation is, Democrats said that the biggest threat to the nation is the COVID-19 pandemic, while Republicans said that it is China. Polarization has become so bad that in this country, we can't even agree on what the biggest problems are. Many people on both sides of the political spectrum deny many of the crises that have become part of the other side's agenda. Republican and Democratic representatives are so divided that they can't even pass laws that would help millions of Americans, like effective laws to help prevent climate change. This could help stop property damage and deaths caused by devastating fires, hurricanes, droughts, and tornadoes the changing climate has caused. In my opinion, climate change is the most urgent problem we are facing because it has the potential to damage the earth beyond repair.
Everyone has different opinions on how to make the world a better place, but we need each other to do that. Social media has also helped make this division worse. Social media has allowed people to spread lies and toxicity. People believe what they see on social media, even if it's not backed up by facts. Sometimes people will believe something because it makes them emotional, and then they can't think past that. In addition, it is hard to have a real conversation using social media because people aren't really the complete or true versions of themselves. Social media isn't very good when it comes to respectful communication between opposite sides. In spite of all of this, kindness helps. After a workshop where people respectfully talked to each other about their political views, organized by Braver Angels, they found that about 79% of participants felt they better understood the experiences, feelings, and beliefs of those on the other side, and they in turn felt better understood. About 75% of participants felt less angry and less estranged towards those on the other side following the workshops, and about 80% felt that they were able to start constructive conversations with them. Respectfully listening to someone is also an act of kindness. When people in groups with opposite beliefs listen to each other, it can actually help lessen the divide between them. They start to think that the other side has important viewpoints and that they aren't as bad as they thought they were. We need a diversity of opinions because it can be helpful to make laws and our view of the world better. It can make people see that we all really just want the same thing, to be protected and able to fulfill our purpose. We have a real problem in our country: polarization. Kindness can help stop the polarization that is happening in American politics and fix the divide. For instance, Martin Luther King Jr. fought hate and racism with kindness to get equal rights for all Americans. MLK wrote that darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. King knew that we cannot heal the divide with more hate. It would be like throwing fuel on the fire. Polarization is happening culturally, socially, and politically in America. But if we can talk about our opinions respectfully with people who have different opinions, it can help bring the world together. People who are truly kind don't expect a reward for being kind. We cannot expect that everyone we disagree with will return our kindness or respect us back. Nevertheless, we have to fight polarization with kindness, because we will all be victims if we refuse to unify and let our country fall apart. The end.
Okay, great job to all the speakers who went during second period. Excellent job. I was really impressed by every speech. Please help yourself to a brownie as a little reward for all your hard work. You are done. Most of you, unless you're going on to the speech contest, and we'll find out about that later, probably tomorrow morning or later today. We're going to go on break for a few minutes because we're going to have our break here at school. And we will come back at 11 o'clock to hear... We will be back at 10 o'clock. Excuse me. We'll be back at 10 o'clock with Charles, Jose Garay, Jade, Fernando, and Esha. See you then. Miss Taylor's class is in here right now. Everyone else go to your desks. Bye, see you soon, Shawn. All right. We're back. Welcome, everyone. If someone could shut the door right now, could someone help me out and remind Mr. Warner that we're going live right now? Ellery, can you get the door? Okay, welcome back, everyone. We have 5 speakers going in the next session. And if you're just tuning in, we will have Charles, Jose Garay, Jade, Fern, and Esha during this next segment. Our first speaker, Charles, is speaking on the topic of should all new cars be electric? Thanks for joining us.
In the past century, climate change has become a huge issue. For example, sea surface temperature has increased during the 20th century and continues to rise. The sea surface temperature rose on an average of 0.14 degrees per decade. That is a grand total of 1.6 degrees in the past century, which may not seem like a lot, but over time, that adds up. So what can we do about this issue? Well, one major step we could take is switching to all-electric cars. Many of you may say that electric vehicles are too expensive or that they're not as powerful as your traditional vehicle. But the truth is that electric vehicles are the future and there is no stopping them. One thing that makes electric cars superior to your traditional vehicle is that they emit much fewer greenhouse gases, slowing down climate change. Electric cars also overall cost less than your traditional vehicle. And there's plenty of new technology making these vehicles better and better. So how do cars and greenhouse gases raise the temperature of our home, Earth? Well, many of you may say that the gods, wind, or that a mouse just turned up the thermostat a little bit, or that greenhouse gases are hot, and when emitted, they go up and, well, heat up our atmosphere. But none of this is true. So how does climate change occur, and what do greenhouse gases have to do with it? Well, greenhouse gases and the growing temperature of our Earth have been following the same path for a long time. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Admin, or NOAA, explains. Since the start of the Industrial Revolution in about 1750, human activities such as burning fossil fuels, including coal and oil, have dramatically increased the concentration of greenhouse gases in our atmosphere. As a result, the rate of heat to loss from the Earth has slowed, creating a warming effect. So as more greenhouse gases get released into our atmosphere, the Earth can't release as much heat. Let's take the sun's rays, for example. They enter our atmosphere, but some of them bounce off of surfaces and start heading back up towards space. Now imagine our atmosphere as one-way glass. The rays on the outside can come in, no problem. But when they try to escape, they find a wall blocking their path. Greenhouse gases, when emitted, go up and armor this wall, making it much harder to break through our atmosphere. But a few rays will go full-on Kool-Aid Man and burst through that wall. And as more rays get trapped, the more heat is added to our atmosphere. So one way we can stop building that wall and instead build a bridge to a brighter future is switching to electric vehicles. So what is the difference between traditional and electric vehicles? Well, electric cars are powered by electricity instead of gas. I know, it's shocking. But this means that electric cars don't have combustion engines and therefore don't rely on crude oils to power and operate, reducing its carbon emissions and and need for repairs by a large margin. The Wall Street Journal states that at the start, before it rolls off the assembly line, the Tesla has produced 65% more emissions than the RAV4. But over time, for every mile driven, generating the electricity for the Tesla emits 34% of the emissions for the RAV4. Overall, the electric Tesla produces much fewer emissions than the gasoline-powered RAV4, making up its total production emissions in the first few months. And for every 2 miles driven, the electric Tesla produces half of the emissions than the RAV4. And with renewable energies such as solar, the Tesla's emissions goes down to almost none. The amount of money put into electric vehicles also follows this pattern. Kia, a car manufacturer, states, "The initial cost of an electric car tends to be higher than that of a petroleum-fueled car. But the running cost is where an electric vehicle outshines your traditional car. With conventional vehicles, engine maintenance can cause you to spend a considerable sum of money on changing the engine oil, coolant, transmission fluid, and belts. For electric cars, such costs disappear because of the absence of internal combustion engines. So electric cars start at a higher price, but over time you make up that money by not paying for gas and not having nearly as much repairs. Plus, when you purchase an electric vehicle, you receive tax credit and other rebates. So overall, you would pay less for an electric vehicle than your traditional one. But electric cars, they can't be better in every way. We have to be sacrificing something. Well, one issue is that electric cars take a long time to charge up. A typical electric car with a 60 kilowatt battery takes just under 8 hours to charge from empty to full, with a 7 kilowatt charging point. But most drivers would rather top off their charge than wait for it to go empty to full for 8 hours. Like, imagine you're trying to get somewhere. Not fun. But for many cars, you can add up to 100 miles in just 35 minutes of charging. But inventions like the solid-state battery will make electric vehicles and their batteries way more efficient. An article from JD Power explains, a lithium-ion battery will begin to degrade and lose power after 1,000 cycles. On the other hand, a solid-state battery will maintain 90% of its capacity after 5,000 cycles. So solid-state batteries are much more energy efficient than your traditional lithium-ion ones, and even have a longer range on average than gas vehicles. The majority of your traditional vehicles might hit 400 miles on a full tank of gas. On the other hand, Samsung revealed a solid-state electric vehicle battery with a 500-mile range. So if your average speed while driving is, let's say, 65 miles an hour, it will take over 7.5 hours for your battery to go to empty. At this point, you are exhausted from driving for almost 8 hours, dealing with passengers and their god-awful music choices. I mean, some of the music these days, that's a topic for another time. Anyway, having a break while your car recharges would feel pretty nice. And having a 500-mile range means you can go almost anywhere. Google Maps shows us that San Diego is 418 miles away if we travel south on the US 395. So that means if we had an electric vehicle right outside the school here, we could drive all the way down to the border of Mexico listening to whatever wacky music you want without stopping once. So as climate change becomes a growing concern, electric cars become more practical and necessary. And with growing technology supporting this demand, electric vehicles become stronger and more efficient than your traditional vehicle. So electric cars are truly the future. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Jose Garay, will speak on the topic of should all new cars be electric?
A quote from Elon Musk. I think that there are more politicians in favor of electric cars than against. And I think the reasoning for that varies depending on the person. But in some cases, they just don't believe in climate change. They think oil will last forever. Over the years, car companies have been converting to electric in order to reduce carbon emissions and experiment with new technology. Although some people are still questioning and have doubts that vehicles will be fully converted to electric in 2035, this only causes more setbacks and confusion. People should reconsider their doubts and think about the long-term benefits EVs will have on the environment. Vehicles with an internal combustion engine produce around 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide each year. Electric cars on average produce half of a conventional vehicle's carbon emission, because their motors use electromagnets to generate power, which is a lot better for the environment. They don't require burning fossil fuels. An article from the New Yorker states that every time people study renewable energy in detail, they seem to reach the same conclusion. It would be not just cleaner, but cheaper to turn off fossil fuel and turn on the sun and wind. President Joe Biden hopes that by 2035, all new vehicles will be fully converted to electric. He believes that it is finally time to transition to electric cars in order to reduce carbon emissions. He also plans to install 500,000 new charging stations and replace the government fleet with new American-made EVs. Some companies have already accepted Biden's plan. Ford Motors, GM, and Stellantis have been developing their own electric cars since 2019. And Ford's new EVs will make their debut sometime in 2022. Since President Joe Biden expects car manufacturers to support his cause, he has laid out a timeline. The question is, will companies have enough time and funding to properly prepare for the high demands of EVs? For example, fully converting the factories to renewable energy, improving battery life, lithium mining practices, and adding a charging infrastructure. There are many benefits of owning an electric vehicle, but the majority of the public still doesn't seem to be fully convinced. Consumers hesitate to buy electric cars because of the upfront cost and fear that they will not be able to afford the payments. An article from the Pew Research Center conducted a test to see what people prefer to drive. When it comes to the emotionally driven reactions to driving an electric vehicle, a majority call it a toss-up. 62% say the driving experience is about the same between a gas and electric-powered vehicle, while 13% claim that EVs are more fun to drive. And 21% give the fun edge to gas-powered vehicles. The majority of the group said that they didn't really feel a difference when they drove an electric or a traditional gas-powered vehicle, while a small percent said that driving an EV is more thrilling. There are many affordable EVs, but the other major problem is consumers want a Tesla or something that is even better. As technology advances, the designs of the electric vehicles will also improve, making them more appealing to the public. Now, 40% of consumers will consider buying an electric. Most also don't consider the long-term benefits of owning an electric vehicle. For instance, the electric motors require less maintenance, meaning you will save more money. Traditional cars require oil changes, gas, and other expensive services in order for the vehicle to be fully functional. On the other hand, EVs require patience. They need time to charge. But in order for the public to accept electric, they must be convenient as gas-powered vehicles. The dream of vehicles being fully powered by electricity is slowly becoming a reality. Every time that I'm driving on the highway, I see more and more Teslas. A couple years ago, it was exciting to see a Tesla. But now that they're so common, they're not as exciting as they used to be. Then many begin to question, what will happen to gas stations or automotive repair shops? An article from Forbes states, Boston Consulting Group calculates that between 25 and 80% of gas stations could be unprofitable by 2035. A variety of states have also stated that they will restrict or ban gas-powered vehicles around the same time. Car manufacturers have also not released information on how to repair EVs. The reason is they don't want other companies messing with their complicated systems or doing any modifications to the vehicle. Automotive repair shops tend to avoid EVs because most of them don't have the tools or the experience. Nowadays, new models must be taken back to the dealership so they can be serviced or repaired. For now, the only thing you can do is tire service. But hopefully, in the future, companies will share their blueprints and offer training on how to repair EVs, which will help automotive repair shops stay in business. The road to becoming a cleaner world is going to be rough, but by working together and having patience, then it will no longer be a dream, but become a reality. Although to be fully converted is going to take some time, it is up to the people to make decisions and cause change. I say yes, it is good that we are finally trying to help out the environment. But we should consider the long-term consequences that small businesses like automotive repair shops and gas stations are going to face. But by taking it one step at a time, we will be able to reach the goal of becoming fully electric. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jade, speaking on the topic of, should all new cars be electric?
Electric cars are the future. But people don't understand that the issues they focus on are minuscule compared to the amount of benefits that come with going fully electric. But are they the only option to having a cleaner quality of life? Although gasoline and diesel-fueled vehicles do create carbon emissions, it does create more carbon emissions to make the car. Humans have adapted to new surroundings in the past because it was necessary. And now we must learn a new way of living because the surroundings we've created for ourselves are changing. If we want to lower carbon emissions to stop climate change, it is necessary that we switch to going fully electric. Saving the environment from human pollution is what we should be our main focus should be in the future. Some of the major benefits of going electric are that carbon emissions and gas are not a problem. We won't have to pay $6 for a single gallon of gas. Electric cars would nearly eliminate that cost. The reason being is that most new houses are being built with environmental regulation. There will be electric car chargers outside of each and every new home. The government has set out money designated to helping these new homes have chargers. The elimination of gas would be a major change in our environment. Car emissions would nearly be completely gone, and according to MarketWatch, that's a big deal, since the average American tends to spend between $2,000 and $4,000 on gas every single year. With fully electric cars such as the Nissan Leaf, that cost is eliminated, although electricity isn't free. This would save many Americans money. And another benefit of going fully electric is that you get a rebate of $8,500 when you buy the car, practically eliminating the cost of the installation of a 240-volt charger on the outside of your home and paying you back for buying an electric car, one that is about $7,500 to $10,000 more than a regular gasoline-run car. Solar panels would nearly eliminate the net cost of electricity in your home, and many Americans have already made the switch to solar. By the end of 2035, California's goal is to only sell new electric cars. The used car market will still be up and running, but the hope is that if the only new cars being sold are electric, people are forced to buy these new electric cars that are better for the environment. This might seem like a long stretch now, but in 13 years, this is going to be our reality. It is going to be our future, and it is something that's going to help us prepare and care for our future. But with the creation of electric cars comes some drawbacks that need to be solved, like mining lithium for these new large batteries for electric vehicles. The issue can be fixed by mining in a cleaner way, rather than having a contaminated water supply and ravaged landscape. With the technology we have, we can mine cleaner than ever, but this new way of mining is more expensive. We should mine in places that we can verify will be done by licensed miners who will be paid accordingly. This is an idea shared by airqualitynews.com. Last year, BMW announced that they would only be sourcing lithium and cobalt from ethical mines in Morocco and Australia, and there are encouraging signs in blockchain technology, which allows the ability to travel every stage of the mining process. This could expose the bad practices and lead them to being stamped out for good. A major problem of dirty mining is the use of child labor. Because of the increase in need for lithium, my assumption is there will be much more child labor seen in mines around Asia. If this problem does start to erupt, more regulation and ethical requirements will need to be enforced. Clean is what we need and clean is what we want, but if we go all electric, where would all the gasoline-powered vehicles go? The gasoline-powered vehicles would be refurbished or recycled to the maximum capacity, but will not be demolished. The already running cars will be able to be used and sold on the used car market. President Biden promised us by 2035, all new cars being sold in the United States would be electric or more fuel efficient and less harmful to the environment. I believe there are more promises that need to be made, like creating factories that run like gigafactories. These factories are owned by Tesla and produce every single battery with its solar panel roof instead of burning coal. According to the Tesla website, the name Gigafactory comes from the word giga, the unit measurement representing billions. Once complete, Tesla expects the Gigafactory to be the biggest building in the world and entirely powered by renewable energy sources. After they conduct their research, their hope is to convert to using geothermal atmospheric waste and turning it into a power source for these factories. If we want to convert to electric, we have to make sure that converting to electric is clean. Getting rid of gas cars completely will never be the answer. If we were to throw away all of our working cars now, we would be making even more garbage than we needed to. The answer to this problem was stated by NPR. Although it bans the sale of new gas cars and trucks after the 15-year deadline, it will still allow such vehicles to be owned and sold on the used car market. These manufacturers have already gotten notice that they need to start making the switch to electric if they want to continue to argue that this option is better. They need to advertise how much better it really is, but also fix the downsides to going electric. The 15-year deadline may be extended due to the short amount of time that electric-powered vehicles have been present in our lives. Some people don't have enough money to switch from gasoline-powered vehicles to electric vehicles, especially if it is a new car. They'll have to buy used cars, either gas or electric, for a while. This would be a good balance. We will be building more electric cars, but not completely getting rid of the already running gasoline cars. With all points considered, the most reasonable option in answer to whether electric cars really give a cleaner quality of life, and if all new cars should be electric, the answer is yes. We will be reversing the damage done on our planet and saving energy for ourselves in the long run. To clean our Earth, we should live clean, and that starts with the huge step of going fully electric.
Our next student speaker, Fernando, will be speaking on the topic of, should all new cars be electric?
Imagine a world where wildfires ravage all of California year-round. Imagine a world where cities such as Venice, Bangkok, Amsterdam, and New York are underwater. These are the problems that can arise from the human error of letting these greenhouse gases into our atmosphere. These are reasons why electric vehicles are our future and why we should start looking for ways to change our future and save our planet. Although many people are still stuck on the ideology that electric vehicles are outrageously expensive or that the electric battery struggles to keep up with long mileage ranges, the truth is that electric vehicles are well into development with new technologies coming out every single year. There are big companies that have already solved the growing concern involving car batteries. Electric vehicles bring almost no air pollution and do not use fossil fuels. These advantages are essential in the fight to slow climate change. The fight against climate change is an ongoing struggle, but when we think about electric vehicles, the first thing that comes to mind is a significant reduction of greenhouse gases being displayed into the atmosphere. An article by Oregon Energy states, by choosing to drive an EV, you are helping to reduce harmful air pollution from exhaust emissions. An EV has zero exhaust emissions, but still creates a degree of greenhouse gas emissions when it is charged from the electricity grid. By hearing this statement, the audience may be quick to assume that despite the electric vehicles not letting off pollution, the power grids from where the electricity is being pulled from is letting off greenhouse gases. The truth is that by recharging your EV from these electricity grids, the power is coming from mostly renewable energy sources. These renewable energy sources include solar power, wind power, small hydropower, etc. Of course, every state has their own percentages of renewable energy, but if we look at California's, it is over 83% as of 2021. If California is able to accomplish this feat, what says that other states or countries can't do the same? With less pollution in the air, that means less health risks for us too. Dirty air is a center for many health problems. Also, EVs are much quieter and more efficient than diesel or petrol-powered cars. This means less noise pollution. In another article by the New York Times, they explain that even though electric vehicles are much more emission intensive to make because of their batteries, their electric motors are more efficient than traditional internal combustion engines that burn fossil fuels. The making of these batteries for electric vehicles is much more emission intensive, but they are still better off in the long run. With regular petrol and diesel vehicles constantly burning fossil fuels, EVs only produce emissions when they are made, but not when they are functioning and driving. Although the process of making these EVs is initially harmful, they quickly make up for it with zero emissions for the lifetime of the vehicle. Companies all around the world are pushing and innovating new ideas to help combat these problems and make electric vehicles much more environmentally friendly. Although these ideas have not become widespread, Mercedes-Benz has already created a prototype vehicle that can go a range of over 600 miles. This is a huge accomplishment for an electric vehicle, as before it was struggling to make over 400 miles. Let's take Tesla, for example. Their Model S is their longest range vehicle with a mileage of over 405. Mercedes is set to release this prototype vehicle in the near future and is ready to take on the obstacles that come with it. Some may believe that EVs are way too expensive and would just rather buy a cheap gas-powered car. But there's actually an upside to buying an EV. This includes state rebates and no money spent on gas input. According to an article by the New York Times, at the moment, this near parity is possible only with government subsidies that, depending on the country, can cut more than $10,000 from the final price. One of the main reasons for people not taking that final step and purchasing an electric vehicle may be because of the price that they present. Some people are not intrigued enough to look closer and see all the benefits that come with purchasing an electric vehicle. These benefits include state rebates and even more money to help install a car charger at your own home without you having to pay for it. Right now, the state rebate is set at $7,500 and an extra $1,000 to install a high-speed car charger. But this may vary depending on where you live. If your home is also equipped with solar panels, you may be recharging your electric vehicle for free. Besides all these benefits, it is also apparent that electric vehicles do not come with gas-powered motors, which cost more to maintain. You will no longer have to worry about changing your oil or buying new car parts for your engine when it becomes dysfunctional. The future of EVs is right in the grasp of our hands, and soon enough, we're going to see the takeover of EVs everywhere, and they're going to be the only thing being sold at these car dealerships. According to an article by the NPR, the California Air Resource Board will develop regulations to mandate that 100% of in-state sales of new passenger cars and trucks are zero emissions by 2035. A target which would achieve more than a 35% reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions and an 80% improvement in oxides of nitrogen emissions for cars statewide. We are too quick to turn a blind eye to the harm that we are doing with excessive carbon emissions. Hurricanes, wildfires, droughts, sea level rise, and so much more. These are only a few catastrophes that come with carbon emissions. All of these actions are pushing our planet to its knees, and animals and us humans are being deprived from our homes and destroying our health. This proves that the end is near for petrol and diesel vehicles. And in Joe Biden's recent infrastructure bill, he pushed for car chargers to be built across America with an estimated budget of over $7 billion. Another bill passed by Newsom was the convergence to all new vehicles being sold have to be zero emissions by the year 2035. The future of EVs is upon us, and we must focus on saving our planet's health. We must stop acting like climate change isn't a real world crisis, and instead innovate new ideas to help strengthen the condition of our Earth's health by taking this first step and switching to all EVs. If we are able to bring together the creative minds that we have here on Earth, we will be able to accomplish many great things. In this case, the company Tesla should share their information with other car companies in order to make something bigger and better to get rid of all these fears and insecurities that people might feel towards electric vehicles. Another article by the New York Times explains the California company has been selling electric cars since 2008 and can draw on years of data to calculate how far it can safely push a battery's performance without causing overheating or excessive wear. This goes to show that Tesla is capable of making a better battery, And by sharing this information with other car companies, combined, they will expand the future of electric vehicles. This includes its separate problems, though, because many companies do not want to share their ideas with each other due to the fact that it may bring less business to them. But if they did come together, it would solve many, many problems. Our society, the great minds that we have here on Earth can make this place a healthier one if we all come together and stop these drastic climate changes that we are experiencing. We shouldn't be destroying our home. We should be saving it and making it better. With the change to zero emission vehicles, we can fix many of these catastrophes that our Earth is going through. Many people would benefit from this as well, due to the fact that many large cities are based on coastal areas. And others wouldn't have to live with the fear of having their precious homes burned down by a raging fire.
Our next student speaker is Esha, speaking on the topic of how can kindness reunite our country.
Okay. In his second inaugural address in 1865, Abraham Lincoln said, "We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break our bonds of affection." After the Civil War, Lincoln worked to bring the divided nation together. Today, we need to use our memory, pride, and love for America and use the better angels of our nature to fix our country. People used to think of the U.S. as the land of many opportunities, freedom, equality, and stability. And in many ways it still is, but these values appear to be collapsing due to our constant division. We need to search for the things that we have in common and show empathy and kindness for one another to mend this divide and reunite our country. For starters, we're all victims of thinking that the opposing party is the literal opposite of us. We have used our political parties and values to divide so far to the point where one side is at the South Pole, whereas the other is way up at the North Pole. We need to stop seeing people as sides. From the nonprofit organization Beyond Conflict, they said, "Americans are ideologically closer to one another than they believe. It is clear that the untruths about the intentions and beliefs of political parties may be undermining our democracy." Having two hardcore political parties has created this massive divide. The intentions of our political system and its beliefs are working against the goal of a good and practical democracy. There was a recent study from The Hill that explained 67% of Americans make up the exhausted majority. 67%. The exhausted majority are the citizens that are tired of the fighting between the far left and far right wings and are eager for compromise and moderation. That is our problem. We're constantly blaming things on people because they're liberal or conservative. We have created the idea that there are only two types of groups, and these groups are completely different. We believe that if one side wins, the other inherently loses. We need to start thinking like this needs to be different. We need to start thinking like we're all on the same side. Of course, this is easier said than done, like everything is, but a good first step would be looking for the things that we do have in common. We actually have a lot of the same values despite all this talk we're hearing about how angry people are getting over opposing ideals. These people are angry for good reason, and their anger is valid, but it doesn't mean that this anger is going to solve our problems. Some may say that we're more divided than ever, and maybe we are, but we need to start looking for what we have in common. Otherwise, we're just going to keep getting farther and farther apart. According to a recent article in the Boston Globe, as citizens of a democratic nation built on unprecedented racial, ethnic, and cultural diversity, Americans are bound together not by common ancestry and blood ties, but by rights and freedoms, and a political system that negotiates and balances the guarantees of their protection. Throughout history, our country has constantly faced many different types of divisions, but these divisions have built America. According to the historian Daniel Borstein, it was built of bits and pieces that seem discordant, like the crazy quilts. Diversity is the symbol of the United States. It is as if we are all part of one big quilt, each piece making the blanket full of patterns, colors, something beautiful. We are full of so many different races, ethnicities, and cultures, and yet we can stand united as one quilt. At least that's the goal. We should be striving to achieve this goal. We can focus on 3 things we all have in common. We're all fed up with polarization, and we want our rights and freedoms to be respected and protected. For example, we all want a loving family, a safe place to live, a good education system. We want our arguments to end peacefully, and we want our deep divisions to end. And we want what we believe to be our rights and freedoms respected and possibly even appreciated. We need to do all of this knowing that it is going to be challenging because of how opposing our ideals may be, and there will never be a perfect world, but we can at least try. We need to try. Something that can help with finding our commonalities is getting the other person's perspective and trying to understand their world and why they believe what they do and why they act the way that they act. Trying to look at another person's perspective is kind and respectful. It shows them that you care. In the novel by Harper Lee, To Kill a Mockingbird, Scout reflects on what Atticus says to her. You never really know a man until you stand in his shoes and walk around in them. Atticus was explaining to Scout how to not be prejudiced, to try to stand in the shoes of a black person or another, and you might start to treat them better. By putting yourself in someone else's shoes, it will make the person who you are trying to understand feel like someone is truly trying to listen and relate to them. We need to look at other person's reasons and perspectives to fully comprehend our own, and to hopefully give more respect to the people around us. By looking at other people's perspectives, we can show understanding, empathy, compassion, and kindness, which will lead to a less divided nation. I realize that through all this talk about looking at another person's perspective, there are of course some issues where in doing so it could make the situation worse. Part of kindness is being kind to yourself, and some of the time that is you protecting yourself from the things that will hurt you. An example of this would be if you are a person of color, you protect yourself from racist people. Racism is never kind. It should not be part of any ideology. Just as Lincoln said in his address the year slavery was abolished, we must not be enemies, but friends. Then he spoke to the Democratic Southerners, asking them to move beyond slavery and become friends with the Republican North. Still, we need to remember to use our rights and freedoms to do kind things that will lead our country on a bright path without any racism or prejudice. The Associated Press was interviewing people on how America is yearning for unity, and one of the interviewers said, "Right now, we are using our rights to tear each other apart. Freedom of speech, it's just being used to say whatever mean, harmful, violent thing you can. That's not what it's for. You also have the freedom to lift them up and to hold them up and to edify them. Let's come together. Let's unify as Americans, all of us." Part of protecting our rights and freedoms is using them in a productive way. An example of this could be marches, speeches, protests, conversations, letters, and so on. We need to come together and show our true version of kindness, respect, and empathy without any violence or prejudice. Division seems to be ripping America at the seams, but it's sewn together with each and every racially, ethnically, and culturally diverse individual. Respect each other, be empathetic, and show kindness. We tend to be blinded by our false assumptions to see the truth of a situation. And in a perfect world where we're all treated equally and there's no prejudice, it's simple. Some of the simplest things can solve the most complex problems. However, in this realistically imperfect world, it seems impossible to find a simple solution. But we can reach for that. We need to try to understand the things that we are afraid of and the possibility that others are afraid of us because of what we believe. There seems to be never-ending divisions in the States because we're so full of deep complexities, it seems they will never end. And that's because they won't.
There will always be issues and situations that we don't necessarily agree on, but we can at least try to understand. Understand and not necessarily agree, but make sense of what others believe. Make sense of what we believe. Try to make sense of this world, of our nation, to change it for the better. Thank you.
All right, excellent job to our speakers from third period, Charles, Jose, Jade, Fernando, and Esha. So proud of all 5 of you. Really could see all that hard work show in your amazing delivery and insights about real issues in our world today. So I appreciate all that you guys have done. We will take a short break until 11 o'clock, and then we will start up again with our 4th period section. And in that section, we will have Ashton, Solomon, Josue, Rialy, Julie, David, Shawn. We might squeeze in Israel there too, okay, depending on how we go. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you back here at 11. All right, you guys. All right. Welcome, freshmen. Take a seat. Spread out some if you're sitting next to someone who you might be distracted by. Sit in a place where you can really focus. I'm going to tell you guys the order for today. In this period, in a few minutes, we will start first with Ashton, then Solomon, Josue, Rialy, Julie, David, Shawn, and then, where's Israel right now? I saw him earlier. Well, he was going to go during 6, but I was thinking if we have a little extra time, I might take someone from 6th period. Erik, do you want to go early? Just if we have extra time. And was your speech, Erik, right about 5 minutes? Okay. Okay, thank you. Have a speech right like 5 or 6 minutes. Like my last period, lots of people had 10-minute speeches. So we had to go. All right, so Erik, if we have time, you'll go right after Shawn, okay? Okay, perfect. And then Erik, can you, when we, I'll tell you after David, so you could text your mom to tell her, just because if we switch the time on her, I don't want her to miss you. Okay. All right. Welcome, everyone. People here face-to-face and online. In case you haven't come on yet, today, every student at Lee Vining High School is giving a speech on one of 3 topics. One option is, how can kindness reunite our country? The second option was, what should be the next amendment to the Constitution? And the final topic that I think has the most students on is, should all new cars be electric? All of the 9th graders and the rest of the students in the school worked really hard researching, writing, and practicing the delivery of their speeches. I'm super proud of all of them and really looking forward to hearing each of them give their speeches up here. Just a reminder, students, when you come up, just for COVID safety, you can sanitize your hands and put your mask down. And if everybody remembers to sanitize, then we don't have to wipe this down every time, okay? Remember to pause and speak slowly. Look up as much as you can. Vary your intonation. Show everyone how well you know your speech and make sure they want to hear what you have to say, okay? Do the best, and if you mess up, just take a deep breath, find your place, and keep going. Don't worry about it. Nobody will notice if you miss a line by accident, okay? I know you guys are all going to be great up here, and so I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Ashton. Who's speaking on the topic of, should all new cars be electric?
Okay. Do you like fast, efficient, reliable cars? Non-climate killing cars? Then electric cars are perfect for you. Electric cars need to be manufactured in huge numbers across the state and the world for the good of the earth. First, climate is changing fast due to climate change, and cars are a big part of the problem. Fossil fuels from car exhaust are one of the reasons for climate change, or if you don't know what climate change is, to say destruction of the world's climate. According to an article from New York Times, around the world, governments and automakers are promoting electric vehicles as a key technology to curb oil use and fight climate change. This helps us see the benefits of what the world could be like with electric cars. climate change is no joke. If we're able to get electric cars for all people as soon as we can, life may be sustainable as we pass 2030. If nations make good on their latest promises to reduce emissions by 2030, the planet will warm by at least 2.7 Celsius this century. The world is changing rapidly. The faster we move to stop this madness, the fewer impacts on our everyday lives. Secondly, electric cars can also improve the world. We have wars in the Middle East, big debt in our economy, and a big part of the problem is fighting to ensure our oil interests. EVAs provide economic benefits to state by reducing fuel costs and shifting composition away from more imported oil to more locally produced electricity sources. These fuel savings become additional disposable income that will be spent mostly in the local economy, creating additional jobs in state. The world we have right now does not need division, fighting, and hatred. Right now we need love and cooperation between our nations. Everybody is going to want something, and everybody is going to fight over something, fuel and oils. And if we have the opportunity to stop it, then I think we should take action. Right now, the Middle East is our biggest enemy because of it. As lawfare states, many of these clashes, including World War II, Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, the U.S. invasion of Iraq, the Iran-Iraq War, the Falklands War, the Chicago War between Bolivia and Paraguay, have been described as classical oil wars. It's gone on forever in many different countries. This shows that maybe the whole world should switch to electric cars, and we as people should reduce the carbon emissions and slow down climate change. In addition, cars will help your wallet. Money's a big thing when it comes to maintenance, car parts, oil. Now, how's the maintenance? Well, I can tell you it's the easiest. Research shows that an electric car costs 30% less to service and maintain than a traditional car. And yes, you're probably thinking, how can an electric car be cheap if they're expensive themselves? Well, I can tell you, that's not going to be a problem for very long. As the YCC team states, the falling production of batteries for electric cars, combined with dedication production lines in car makers' plants, will make EVAs cheaper to buy than gas-powered cars on average within the next 6 years. And that's even without any government subsidies, which shows that electric cars will help you financially. Lastly, businesses want a clear deadline for 100% electric cars. Big car brands like Ford, GMC, Mercedes have set their own deadlines for going 100% electric. So if people want to use the argument, well, people aren't ready for the big change, it could crash the stock market, it could ruin people's business, then they're wrong. According to CEO of Ford, Jim Farley, Ford plans to increase its production capacity of electric vehicles to 600,000 units globally by 2023. This shows us what the big car brands are doing to move forward. To conclude, because the climate's changing fast, there's wars in the Middle East, and electric cars will help you financially, I think we would all agree that electric cars can stop a lot of problems. And all the electric big car brands are starting to move forward. I think we all should too. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Solomon, will be speaking on the topic of, should all new cars be electric?
Imagine you're a polar bear, and your home just keeps shrinking at sea. You end up stuck on a 7-foot piece of ice, hoping you'll make it to land. Wouldn't you want to do something about climate change then? Or even think about the effects in our hometown. Remember the day last year where it was 2 in the afternoon and it felt like midnight? A red sky and ashes falling from it? We need to start doing something about climate change. According to Governor Newsom, with extreme wildfires still burning the state, fighting climate change is an emergency. Electric cars might be the answer, and they are the next step in the struggle to slow down climate change. We really need to transition to all electric cars in the near future. If we're going to do anything in the battle of climate change, we need to start somewhere. And according to a piece on NPR about electric cars, this is the most impactful step our state can take to fight climate change. The governor says in a statement, "Our cars shouldn't make wildfires worse and create more days filled with smoky air. Cars shouldn't make glaciers or raise sea levels, threatening our cherished beaches and coastlines." I strongly agree with this statement, and I feel like we need to do something about climate change soon. If we don't do something soon, many ski resorts will go seasons without snow. Severe storms will take place more often, and droughts will reap. According to Autocar, if we have any hope of keeping climate change to a manageable level, there's no time to lose. Climate change is not something we can just wave off our shoulders. We need to do something to slow it down. And in 14 years, all cars manufactured will be electric. But that doesn't mean you have to wait 14 years to trade in your fuel-powered car. I feel that we need to change the way we use energy in many ways. Why not start by switching over to electric cars? According to the Office of Governor Newsom, on September 23, 2020, Newsom today announced that he will aggressively move the state forward away from its reliance on climate change, causing fossil fuels while retaining and creating jobs, and spurring economic growth. The government shouldn't have to do this alone. Everyone has to play their part if we are ever going to make a dent in the damage we've already done. Many people will argue that electric cars aren't even that green, and energy that they use isn't green either. But if we can put solar panels at every charging station and find a way to mine lithium without polluting, then we're good. Plus, California is already making 83% energy in California from renewable sources. This makes electric cars even more effective in the race to slow down climate change. Even though people won't be able to afford new electric cars in 14 years, you can start by driving a fuel-efficient gas car, turning off the lights, turning down the heat in your home, and buying a used electric car. This will also save you money. Other advantages of electric cars are most charging stations only cost a few dollars for a full charge, which saves tons of money compared to the new gas prices. Plus, you save 35% on maintenance because they have simpler engines. And according to an electric car owner interviewed by the Washington Post, then there are the personal benefits. On average, electric vehicles accelerate faster, cost less to maintain, fuel more cheaply, at least if you charge at home, than cars with internal combustion engines. She is one of the many people that are satisfied with their electric car and would recommend them. This just backs up the fact that electric cars are also pretty cool. Most people at first are shaky and thought that electric cars were unreliable. But now that more and more people start getting electric cars, more and more people like them. According to the Pew Research Center, about 4 in 10 Americans, 39%, say that the next time they purchase a vehicle, they're at least somewhat likely to seriously consider electric. This just shows that we don't have to wait until 2035 to seriously consider electric. Next time you buy an electric car, seriously consider electric, just like the other 39% of Americans. I think that everyone needs to do their part if we are ever going to slow down climate change. Electric cars have many benefits and are the future of cars. They are faster, they are emission-free, and cheap to drive. If you have a charger at home, and they will save money in the end. Another way to make electric cars even better for the environment is using solar panels at every charging station. We aren't just doing this so we can have faster cars. We're doing this so future polar bears will have a home and we won't have apocalyptic smoky days. I strongly believe that our electric cars are the stepping stone that will help us in the war against climate change.
Our next student speaker is Josue, speaking on the topic of, should all new cars be electric?
Have you noticed how many Teslas are on the roads today? Car manufacturers are coming out with more electric cars like BMW, Audi, Mercedes, Chevrolet, Toyota. The list goes on, but why are car companies starting to change to electric cars? Well, we all share one common problem, and that is climate change. Cars powered by fossil fuels, for example, is one of the many reasons for climate change and probably the biggest by far. Gasoline-powered cars are damaging our planet in a big way, and electric cars are here to stop that. Electric cars are going to be the future. As we all know, someday we'll need to switch to electric cars, but some people aren't ready to leave their fossilized fueled cars yet. We still have a few more years to prepare until the whole world goes into electric cars. Used gas cars will still be on the market for another 30 years or so, even after all car companies stop selling all new gas-powered cars. Many people are supporting the idea of transitioning sooner rather than later. For example, an article from CNN Politics, President Biden says the future of America's car manufacturing is electric and there's no turning back. The president also adds in the same article, the question is whether we'll lead or fall behind in the race for the future. As the president says, there's no turning back now, and every one of us will eventually have to own an electric car, and I strongly agree. I'm not the only one who agrees with him. That same article says that 3 auto manufacturers are supporting Biden's new target idea that 40 to 50% of their cars sold by 2030 to be fully electric. It is not just us that is joining the electric car manufacturing, but countries like Britain will have banned the sale of new gasoline and diesel cars, and big manufacturing companies like Germany, France, and Italy may well join them. To know that the whole world is joining the world climate problem is very cool and beautiful to see because we need to be in this together. Switching to electric cars will have huge benefits to our future and can mend some of our world's problems. An article by the New York Times says, the electric car's motor is more efficient than a traditional internal combustion engine that burns fossil fuels. They also added, an all-electric Chevrolet Bolt, for instance, is estimated to produce 189 grams of carbon dioxide per mile driven over its lifetime. By contrast, a new fuel Toyota Camry, which can be estimated to produce 385 grams of carbon dioxide per mile. A new Ford F-150 pickup truck, which is less fuel efficient, can be expected to produce 636 grams of carbon dioxide per mile. So switching to an all-electric vehicle will not produce as much carbon as a traditional gasoline car. But what about the battery? Well, car manufacturers are already thinking about that, and the new batteries are called solid-state batteries. An article by The Guardian says, batteries capable of fully charging up to 5 minutes have already been produced in a factory for the first time, making a significant step towards making electric vehicles fast to charge as filling up a petrol or diesel vehicle. They also added, solid-state batteries promise fast and unquenches charging and enough power to outrun ICE cars, not just in the city, but on the fast lane of highways too, on the long-distance race to the summer sun. This is very good to know because nobody wants to be stuck in a charging station for hours trying to charge up their electric vehicle, and some people may be in a rush and need a quick charge. All these features that electric cars include are very, very good, But an even more important question is, how much are they going to cost? According to an article from Forbes, they say adaptation will go to some other way to making electric cars more affordable. They are cheaper with less energy density, but acceptable range rather than nickel-based lithium-ion batteries, which will be used for more expensive electric cars, which will require longer range. Manufacturers like Tesla are going to make electric cars more cheap, but cars with more range and power are going to be more expensive. All in all, it's good to know that they are working hard on making electric cars more affordable so regular people can actually buy them. This is all really exciting, but we should not just introduce electric cars out of nowhere because we still need to prepare for the transition. Our gas stations need to be fully electric, and it must be a quick charge for the electric car. We still have a few more years, and people are already brainstorming about how gas stations will look in the future for our electric cars. An article by The Roadshow says, "The future of gas stations will require the stations to look to the past. They will not have time travel at their disposal, but they will need to embrace the idea of service stations to ensure they remain relevant. The gas stations that we'll be looking at in the future will not be the same, but at least they will remain relevant to gas station, which is a very good sign." Overall, electric cars are going to be the future, whether people like it or not, because this is for our planet's sake and for our people's sake. Electric cars are getting better and better each day and offer so many advantages over gas-powered cars. We are adding the infrastructure for when the time comes so electric cars can go all over the world. This will help our planet in a big way for the problem we face, climate change.
Okay, I think I forgot to remind people, it's kind of loud in the bleachers, so try not to move around while someone's speaking. If you need to go get something or you need to use the bathroom, just wait till someone's done speaking and then you can go and you won't distract the speaker or the people trying to score the speaker. Okay, so right now is a good time to move if you need to. Otherwise, just stay still and listen or practice your own speech. All right. Great job, everyone. Lots of excellent speakers, and speeches. I'm proud of everyone so far. Our next speaker is Rialy, who's speaking on the topic of should all new cars be electric?
What will our world look like when electric cars become mandatory in the U.S., and how will it affect the environment? Electric cars, or as I will be referring to them in this presentation as EVs, are taking over the car industries. The state of California is planning on ending the sales of all new gasoline-powered cars by 2035 and making EVs the car industry's top priority. Electric cars will more than likely dominate the car markets in the future. The real question now is, are electric cars greener and better for the environment? The short answer, yes. EVs are greener, and here are the reasons why we should transition to all electric cars soon. People have asked, are electric vehicles greener and better for the environment? Yes. The article by CNBC states that electric cars are greener, but they could improve, because their full green potential is still many years away. Experts broadly agree that electric cars create a lower carbon footprint over the course of their lifetime, unlike cars and trucks that use traditional internal combustion engines. The source also talks about the decarbonization that will happen once electric cars become mandatory. The article explains, decarbonization is the process of reducing greenhouse gas emissions produced by the burning of fossil fuels. Efforts to cut down pollution across various industries are expected to further reduce the environmental impact for electric vehicle production and charging over time. I do agree that electric cars are greener and are better for the environment. And also thinking about the decarbonization and greenhouse gases is a solid reason why electric cars would be a great addition to our world. Another concern people have about EVs is how expensive they are. According to NRDC, the average sticker price on an electric car is $19,000 higher than an average gasoline-powered vehicle. So customers want to know how much of that cost will be recouped in fuel cost savings over the lifetime of the vehicle. The difference is due, in the part, to the fact that many EVs are considered luxury vehicles. But still, the numbers have historically been very fuzzy. Although electric cars are better for the environment, they do cost more than an average car. If you aren't buying a fancy Tesla, then you might only pay $10,000 more for an electric car. The $7,000 rebate will mostly cover that increase. The rest will be quickly made up in fuel cost savings, meaning that you pay more for a gasoline-operated car than an electric one. So in reality, EVs cost less money than gas-powered cars. But with EVs, it would reduce the amount of harmful emissions produced by gas cars. Ultimately, with a hybrid car, you can have electric power and gas power. According to the article by Firestone, they talk about how hybrid vehicles work. They also talk about how hybrid cars run on gas and electricity. There are two main types of hybrids: plug-in hybrids and regular hybrids. These hybrid vehicle types use gas and electricity. They come equipped with a higher voltage battery, a gas tank, an electric motor, and an internal combustion engine. This article from Firestone tells us the differences between EVs, gas cars, and hybrid models. And maybe instead of starting out with just all EVs, we should start by making hybrid vehicles the transition into a full EV mandate. One important question is when the EV mandate takes place. Will electric cars really put an end to gas cars? The article from ONN predicts transportation. We feel that interpretation will occur in both gasoline vehicles as well as individual ownership of vehicles. It is predicted that by 2030, only 40% of vehicles will remain individually owned, where 60% of vehicles will be owned and managed by ride-sharing companies who provide mobility as a service solution, like Uber, Lyft, etc. The article clearly explains what will happen to most cars by 2030 to 2035. And personally, I think this is a great idea and would really be helpful to the transportation companies. I think that it would be a great idea to have a country fully running on electric cars. But I also think that we should use hybrid cars to help transition into a full green-powered country. Having electric power will not only help us, but also help the environment. And having EVs will hopefully lower the carbon in Earth's atmosphere, hopefully leading to the end of global warming. Plus, you're paying less or nothing to charge your car, whereas paying $5 to fill up your car per gallon. So making electric cars the next step in our future would be a great idea.
Our next student speaker is Julie, speaking on the topic of what should be the next amendment to our Constitution.
Can you imagine laying in a van, people on top of one another, cardboard in between every person so the authorities not see them as they cross the border? Unfortunately, this happened to a girl named Soledad Castillo. Soledad moved to America because there was nothing for her in Honduras. Her soon-to-be stepfather hit her mother and her. So she asked her birth father if she can go back with him to America. The ride to America was very dangerous. There was a couple of people who actually put a gun to her head and told her to give them all of her money, but she said she didn't have any. Then she was sexually assaulted. This happened when she was 14 years old. She and other people that were traveling with her had to walk on foot through the Mexican desert. This was only the beginning for Soledad. When she arrived in America, she worked instead of going to school. She had to get fake papers that said she was 21 when she was actually 14. One day, she got home and her father hit her. After this, she was put in Child Protective Services. She ended up staying with a lady that treated her terribly. The lady got about $600 a month and spent it all on her biological daughter, making Soledad wear ripped clothes and starving herself because she barely got enough food. When she turned 18, she moved to San Francisco. According to the Guardian article, She says, "I worked very hard and I later transferred to San Francisco State University, where I graduated with a degree in liberal studies and criminal justice." She finally reached her dream. The most needed amendment to our Constitution is an immigration amendment. We need this amendment because many immigrants come to America to find a better life for themselves and their families. Unfortunately, they get discriminated against. Immigrants are very important to society. They work hard to support businesses, their families, and they do this all with low-wage jobs that other Americans wouldn't want to do. The United States is a place formed and created by immigrants from all over the world. All throughout history, immigrants have moved here to have a better life for themselves and their families. Even most of the native people in America are related to immigrants. Immigration is better for the economy because it fixes problems. According to the Catalyst, if immigration makes the economy larger, more productive, and more efficient, what's the problem? Why do we as a nation strictly limit immigration? Immigrants do nothing wrong to our country or the nation. They just want a better life, so they migrate to our countries to try to fulfill that dream for themselves and their families. We should allow immigrants to apply for citizenship after living in the United States for 3 to 5 years. Immigrants do a lot for society, including working in computer and math science, fishing industries, farming, and healthcare. One reason why immigrants are moving is because they need jobs. Immigrants work more than citizens, and that makes the stores and factories more productive. According to the Bush Center, greater invocation among immigrants appears to boost in natives too. Immigrants vote more than citizens because they are concentrated in STEM occupations where there's lots of research and development, and also entrepreneurial activity. If immigrants are deported, then the economy's stores and factories will struggle just to stay open. Immigrants work for important jobs, and if we deport immigrants from our country, then the stores and factories will have a hard time hiring people. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Properties, immigrants hold jobs that are important to our economy and communities. And firms in such industries will have a hard time hiring staff if these workers can no longer stay in America. Some immigrants also work for high-wage jobs because they are important to communities. Also, immigrants lower the crime rate because they do not want to get arrested for living in places illegally. We should pass an immigration amendment because our nation works successfully and productive. Our nation was founded by immigrants, so we need to honor that history and continue welcoming immigrants to our nation. Just like our symbol, the Statue of Liberty, she holds the lamp to the golden doors. This is because immigrants are willing to work hard for their jobs. The Statue of Liberty represents immigration. According to the city reliquary, this made the statue an important symbol for immigrants hoping to find a better life. On top of that, immigrants migrate here because sometimes they don't have a choice. Like Soledad, she moved here because her father was hitting her and her mother. So we should let immigrants come to America because they help make the economy stronger.
Our next student speaker, David, will be speaking on the topic of, should all new cars be electric?
Okay. We are burning up the planet. Wildfires are raging across the west and hurricanes are striking the east coast. Oceans are rising because our glaciers are melting. But do you know why that is? Carbon emissions. Have you also ever thought that your car is one of the main problems? Gasoline-powered cars are one of the major problems that cause climate change because they burn fossil fuels, changing that could slow down our global crisis. Electric cars have been proven to release fewer emissions than gasoline-powered cars. They are also the biggest step to stop global warming and climate change. An article from the New York Times states, most electric cars today tend to significantly produce less emissions than a gasoline-powered car. This is true. Gasoline-powered cars release so much carbon into the atmosphere, and as all of the carbon piles up, you get the greenhouse effect. Look at the air in Los Angeles as an example. When it's night, there are absolutely no stars due to the light pollution. It's as clear as day over there. The sky isn't even black when it's night. It's actually a faded darkish green gray, and I could tell you from experience. Many large car companies have already started or are planning to start making new electric vehicles, even more electric vehicles. Some of these major companies are Toyota, Lexus, Volkswagen, Ford, Good Motors, etc. Toyota has put in over $35 billion into the making of electric vehicles, and a huge chunk of the money is going towards making the batteries. Lexus has partnered up with Toyota to make this plan possible. Lexus has even stated that they wanted all sales in Europe, North America, and China to be all battery-powered by the end of the 2020s. They also want all Lexus vehicles to be battery-powered globally by the end of 2035. Although car companies are trying their hardest to put money into making electric cars, many others are just taking it as a competition for money. CNN has stated just last week, Volkswagen announced that it will raise its budget for electric vehicles to $100 billion. The German behemoth, which has also been long virtually neck and neck with Toyota sales, also said it hoped that 25% of its sales will be electric by the end of 2026. This is something that CNN has stated, noting that even though we're all trying our best to keep our planet healthy and clean, others are using it as a way to bring other car companies down. By adding new gadgets or technology, car companies add this to the cars just so they will buy from them and not from their competitors. Although some people do worry about the technology, electric cars do really have a lot of range as of 2022. The highest range an electric car has right now is the Tesla Model Y long-range dual-motor all-wheel drive with a range of 330 miles. It's pretty good for a single charge, but for some drivers, range isn't really important. What matters most for some of them is performance and charging speed. Range anxiety exists for almost every single electric vehicle driver out there. It's scary seeing that your car is on 1% and you're frantically trying to look for a charging station, but you can't find one. Today, it is quite easy to find gasoline-powered cars when your gas-powered car is in... Today, it is easier to find gas stations when your gas-powered car is in need of fuel. Motor Biscuit has even stated that as automakers produce more and more electric vehicles, the need for charging stations rises. But there aren't as many really available as there are for gas stations. When your gas-powered vehicle needs fuel, you can usually find several gas stations for around a 10-mile radius, but charging stations are more difficult to find. Electric vehicle companies have also revealed that battery range isn't really that important for some car companies. Electric vehicle companies have decided that this will be useful for some that like having electric cars, but that don't really drive that often. This will, however, change in the future. Electric cars help the environment. They help us humans. In fact, they help the entire Earth. But as of right now, 2022, they do have their flaws, and this is expected to change in the future. Electric cars have been evolving for the greater good. Battery life has been significantly increasing along with charging speed. If we keep working to the path of creating electric cars as a new thing for Earth, we will get to our goal a lot sooner than 2035.
We'll be back with our next speakers at, wait. We'll be back with our next speakers at 11:56. All right, we are back after a short break. We will have sophomores speaking in this section until about 12:50 on the topics of should all new cars be electric, or what should be the next amendment to the Constitution? The order of the speakers will be Heidi, Ashley, Carlos, Ripley, Diego, Yessenia, Jose, and Brayden. After that, we'll have a break for lunch and we'll come back at 1:25. But our first speaker today, and just a quick reminder for students, when you come up, the mic's all set, so you don't have to do anything, but do use some hand sanitizer so we don't have to clean off the lectern every time. Take your mask off. Do your very best delivery. Remember to speak slowly. Pause at the end of your sentences. Look up. Make some eye contact. Hold your note cards up when you are reading a quotation. Relax and do your best. I know you guys have all worked really hard and you're going to do a great job. So I will introduce our next speaker, who will be speaking on the topic of should all new cars be electric? Heidi.
Global warming has become a big problem for the modern world. The emergence of alternative fuels should help this global problem. And as a result, electric vehicles have become notorious on everyday roads. Electric vehicles have many advantages and can help in the fight against global warming, but they may not be as environmental friendly as we assume. By 2035, it will become mandatory for all new cars to be electric. This is due to ongoing and proven research of the benefits it will bring for our environment. We have the time to make a positive transition as long as we fix a few issues, like battery life, charging times, and mining practices. Electric vehicles are slowly becoming the future, and gas vehicles are slowly becoming the past. There are more electric vehicles being sold as each day passes. One of the many benefits that electric vehicles bring is having amazing batteries that are rechargeable. An average fully charged vehicle can travel up to 250 miles or up to 400. Battery life is okay right now, but is improving year by year. Most importantly, they do not emit carbon dioxide or other pollutants. In return, they reward the owner with lower costs in charging and less maintenance visits. Though we cannot deny the impact that electric vehicles hold, we can definitely admit that they do have flaws and some improvements are needed before 2035. Electric vehicles are becoming more and more popular as we head into the future. According to an article from GreenBiz, the future of electric cars is growing rapidly. The global share of new passenger EVs has increased at an average of around 50% per year, a stupendous amount of growth. The reason behind the rapid growth is due to the fact that electric vehicles are considered to be fuel efficient and friendly to the environment. Although they bring a lot of benefits, the truth is that manufacturing of an electric vehicle does some harm because of the lithium batteries. Are they better for the environment? Yes, but it's not that simple. I say this because it depends on where the electricity is coming from in order to charge up those batteries. A coal-burning plant that is used to make the electricity undercuts the game for air pollution because burning coal makes air pollution. It really depends on where you're getting that power from. Now, if you're getting electricity from air, solar, water, or something that is involved with the environment, then electric cars are a huge benefit. Luckily, we all live in California, where 83% of all of our electricity comes from renewable sources. One of the biggest arguments against electric vehicles is that battery production for an EV is more detrimental for the environment than the production of internal combustion vehicles. The materials that are used to make the lithium batteries are not so great. Lithium in nickel mining, for example, is definitely not so great. These things that they use to make the batteries are really not good for the environment. Mining them out of the ground is the only problem that's going to grow as EV demand grows unless the manufacturing process becomes more efficient. We need to clean up our mining techniques before 2035 so we're ready for the increased demand. We also need to design better recycling programs. Everyone knows that batteries don't last forever. Sooner or later, they wear out and they need to be replaced. In doing so, you have a used battery that is full of toxic chemicals. What do you do with that? You don't throw it away in a landfill. If we can recycle the lithium and other metals into new batteries, we will really help the environment. Despite the lithium issue, one of the many benefits that electric vehicles bring is that they have less maintenance. These cars naturally do not need a regular oil change. If you're not a big fan of time and money-consuming maintenance, then you should definitely look into getting an electric vehicle. One of the main problems with gas-powered cars is that you're constantly looking for a gas station. With electric, it couldn't be easier. You can plug them into practically any socket with electric grid practically everywhere. This means you can refuel at home, work, or anywhere that'll let you plug in your vehicle. Not to mention, soon you will be able to find a charging station just as commonly as you find a gas station. Electric vehicles are going to happen whether you like them or not, but they aren't just going to happen overnight. It's going to take time. Electric vehicles are a step in the right direction. We have the time to do it right, so let's fix a few issues they have and offer convenient, efficient, and inexpensive electric cars that will benefit our environment.
Our next student speaker will be Carlos, speaking on the topic of should all new cars be electric?
In order to hold the environment and people, I believe all cars must be electric. Recently, the governor of California made a decision that will prohibit the sale of new gasoline vehicles by 2035 in order to reduce pollution. His plan does prohibit California from owning used gasoline vehicles. According to Governor Gavin Newsom, he announced a measure that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 35% in the most populous state in the country. Some people are against that decision of the governor of California has made because they say this is too fast. They want to introduce electric vehicles more slowly because electric vehicles are very expensive and not everyone can afford one. But there are many options of use gas or electric cars. According to the source Gossip Vehicle, the Tesla Model 3 is one of the cheapest electric vehicles on the market this year, with a cost of around $35,000, and is the electric vehicle most sold in the USA. The Nissan Leaf sells for under $30,000. Also, many people will buy used cars, electric or gas. All cars should be electric because they are a good alternative to improve the environment, and they reduce the levels of gases that affect climate change. They are cheaper than gasoline vehicles because the engines are very simple and do not need much maintenance. Battery recharging is very inexpensive and accessible. They reduce the noise pollution because they are less noisy than normal cars. They have very powerful motors and they are safer and handled very well. Electric vehicles are safer than gasoline vehicles because they require fewer harmful and polluting liquids such as motor oil and coolant. According to the Semper Auto source, the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety has analyzed claims for all electric vehicle injuries. It has determined that injuries are less common with electric vehicles than gasoline vehicles. I think the electric cars are safer because they do not require much maintenance and they are simpler and more powerful. They do not catch on fire either because they do not use gasoline. The accident rate is reduced by 40% in electric vehicles. This will help people to be safer when driving. The electric cars are going to change our form of transportation to a safer one. That does not harm the environment. They are more economical and efficient. They will reduce disasters such as fire. They can be charged anywhere, and they are faster than gasoline vehicles and more simpler.
All right, very impressive. Good job, Carlos. We're all proud of you. Takes a lot of courage to get up here and speak for every student. Our next speaker is Ashley, and she's speaking on the topic of what should be the next amendment to our Constitution.
Has anyone really taken into consideration how much pain animals go through? Have we as people evolved to say, testing this on a person might hurt them, let's test it on an animal instead? Do people really trophy hunt? Do they kill the animal just to hang it on their wall? Sadly, yes. This is how we think, and this is what we do. There is only one right way to stop this. We need an animal rights amendment. Although we have an animal welfare law, unfortunately, it is not enforced well enough to protect innocent animals. Additionally, animals are left in horrible conditions and fed chemicals to promote growth in factories. According to an analysis by the Science Institute, 99% of animals used for food in the U.S. are living on factory farms. At the slaughterhouse, the throats of those who survived the transport are slit, often while they're still conscious. Many remain alert when they're plunged into the scalding hot water of the defeathering or hair removal tanks. These animals are treated as nothing more than objects that can be processed, packaged, and sold to a consumer. For this business to take place with both time and cost efficiency, the welfare of the livestock is placed at one of the last priorities. People don't understand how many animals suffer because most people have never witnessed it. The people who have seen this mistreatment say they have bad PTSD. A farm worker tells his story to BBC News about working in the slaughterhouse. Personally, I didn't suffer physical injuries, but the place affected my mind. As I spent day after day in that large, windowless box, my chest felt increasingly heavy, and a gray fog descended over me. At night, my mind would taunt me with nightmares, replaying some of the horrors I'd witnessed throughout the day. Animals have been abused in more ways than one, and people have to live remembering over and over what them and the animals had experienced. It is wrong to experiment on animals, testing on animals, whether it's cosmetics, medical training, curiosity-driven experimentation, chemicals, drugs, food. So many animals are tested and killed every year. Humane Society International says it is estimated that more than 115 million animals animals worldwide are used in laboratory experiments every year. On top of that, they also said within the European Union, more than 12 million animals are used each year, with France, Germany, and United Kingdom being the top 3 animal-using countries. Scientists who test products on animals need alternative methods. And some of the alternative methods include cell cultures, human tissue, computer models, and of course, even human volunteers. Scientists can also test human tissue without needing an alive human volunteer. With these methods, scientists can stop the abuse of animals and animal testing altogether. Finally, we have gotten to trophy hunting, which is nothing more than unfair and cruel. As I mentioned before, people hunt and kill animals just for the pleasure of hanging them on their wall. And these people just take what they want and leave the body to die. World Atlas explains, trophy hunting is an off-branch of hunting wherein the hunters participating are more interested in getting animal parts or trophies for display and baracado, rather than any real need for food. The issue with trophy hunting has been an ongoing argument on whether they should ban the sport of it or leave it the way it is. Trophy hunting should be illegal because it is wasteful, because it is morally wrong, wasteful, and kills off endangered species. It is morally wrong because they kill the animals. Is morally wrong because they are killing the animals for the sport of it. Trophy hunting is wasteful because they don't use the entire animal's body. They just take what they need to make a profit and leave the body there to rot, which can kill off endangered species, and that can cause a dramatic change in populations for other animals. Overall, cruelty to animals is a nationwide problem that needs to be solved, and there are many ways to do it, but few laws have been instated to help. However, an animal rights amendment would be most effective. We need to form a federal agency that regulates all testing on animals, so that way we can stop animal abuse for good. I'm never doing anything.
Our next student speaker is Ripley, and he is speaking on the topic of what should be the next amendment to our Constitution.
All right. In America, 67% of people support the right to abortion. And according to ABC News, 90% of abortions happen in the first 12 weeks when it's still undeveloped. That is why I think that we should make abortion completely legal in part of the amendments. Because if people are going to terminate pregnancies, then why not just make it legal? Then if it's legal, it can be done in a safe environment. I also think that if the person who is giving birth can't take care of the baby because of personal problems or something that's just happening in their life, then that would give that baby not the life that it deserves. And I think that the child should have a good childhood and not be neglected. Women should be able to get abortions, so if they aren't stable enough or old enough to take care of the baby, then I think that abortion has to be an option for those people. But you can also do things to completely avoid the pregnancy in the first place, like take birth control and many other things to prevent pregnancy. And like I just said, abortion should be legal in all states across the nation. Because what if that family can't support the child and give it the life it needs? Over 800,000 pregnancies occur among adolescents annually in the United States. A majority of teen pregnancies are unintended, and 1/3 of these pregnancies end in abortion. This is showing that a lot of teens get pregnant because they don't use protection or any type of birth control, and they won't be able to take care of the child because of school or any of the other everyday things that a teen needs to do to give the child that it needs. Yeah, you can adopt, but how long would that take? Adoption is a difficult and complex process, and we can't force young women to give up to a year of their life. That's too long. In countries that have illegalized abortion, there are more abortions and I think that's due to the lack of birth control. There are a lot of other options than abortion, like you can take the day after pill, you can wear protection, or you can be on birth control. But there's also this new pill, and it's called the RU486 pill. Medical technology has broadened the scope of abortion by introducing medication to induce abortion such as the RU486 pill. Abortion is no longer an exclusively surgical procedure. This procedure is simple and it would be less stressful than getting an abortion. It would have a less traumatizing effect than getting an abortion because many women suffer that mental strain after getting an abortion. And the RU486 would relieve that mental pain and help with the coping process of abortion. But this only works and must be done in the first 12 weeks of the pregnancy, or 10 weeks of the pregnancy. My last point is if the father should have any say in whether the mother could get an abortion or not. I think that the father really should not have any say in whether the mother should have an abortion because, and I know this is super controversial, but he's not really carrying that child inside of him and he can't feel that pain, so I don't think that he should have any say in the process. And according to ABC News, in most European countries and in the United States of America, the law does not give any rights to the father on the issue of abortion. Quite simply, men have no legal rights when it comes to abortion. And I think that this should keep happening, all because I don't think the father can really relate to what the mother is going through. Judging women for making reasonable choices call themselves activists. But in order to receive that title, instead, they should be pushing for comprehensive sex education, free and available birth control, educating about consent, bringing affordable child care, and finally housing. If these individuals are activists, then they should be creating a world in which everyone who's pregnant is responsible for the resulting children. And otherwise, what we need to do is criminalize sex. The end. Thank you.
Our next student speaker is Yessenia, speaking on the topic of, should all new cars be electric?
We have all heard about towns burned down by wildfires, and we have all seen the smoke float over our mountains, staining our skies gray or even red. Wildfires caused by climate change, and climate change caused by us. An article from the National Park Service explains that in Yosemite, the average area burned during 1984 and 2005 was over 4 times higher than it was between 1972 and 1984. The fires have increased rapidly in a short period of time. Another article from World Wildlife argues that world leaders must work together to eliminate the release of heat-trapping carbon by 2050 and ideally 2040. To do this, they'll need to strengthen their commitment to cut emission over time. Gasoline and diesel-powered vehicles are a great contribution to climate change and air pollution. So if we're going to get serious, we should switch to electric cars as soon as possible. Some people argue that electric cars are not ready to be released yet. Some of the reasons people discuss are the price or the charging problems. But the truth is that we need them now. They'll help the environment and save us money. The environment isn't looking too good right now. Some statistics show that the current temperature of the Earth's surface has risen 0.98 degrees. And if we keep going like this, then fires, floods, and storms will continue to get worse. So changing to electric cars is big key. The sooner we reduce gasoline-powered cars, the better. Electric vehicles are better for the environment. Not perfect, but significantly better than regular gasoline cars, no matter where you live. For example, driving a 2021 Tesla Model X calculates a total greenhouse gas emission of 110 grams per mile, nearly 75% less than the 410 grams for a regular gasoline vehicle. Less emission means that there will be a reduced amount of greenhouse gases, so global warming will slow down. Electric vehicles, in contrast to gasoline-powered vehicles, do not pollute our air. Electric cars emit no carbon dioxide on the road, so this will make our environment cleaner and help regulate climate change. Electric vehicles account for a lower greenhouse gas emission than the average new gasoline car. The Center of Climate and Energy Solutions tells us that electric vehicles can significantly reduce the greenhouse gases. On a different note, electric vehicles are not only better for the environment, but they'll also save you money. Many believe that electric cars are too expensive, but prices are coming down. On the site Go Ultra Low, it says that like traditional petrol and diesel vehicles, the cost of buying an electric car varies depending on make, model, features, and type. From research on that same topic, we can find on Motor Trend an online list of the cheapest electric vehicles. At the moment, the number one place is taken by the Nissan 22 Leaf S with the price of $28,375. Electric cars are also a good way to save you money. The article, The Benefits of Owning an Electric Car, states another way that electric cars save you money. Fully electric cars are designed to be as efficient as possible, and there are generally three main components on powering a vehicle: the onboard charger, inverter, and motor. This means there's far less wear and tear and little stress on the motor, with fewer moving parts susceptible to damage. All this means is that you'll rarely have to have your electric vehicle serviced, and the running and repairs costs are minimal. Converting to electric cars doesn't mean that we'll lose all our typical regular gas cars. Thousands of people will keep their used gasoline cars for years after we switch up to electric vehicles. Governor Newsom says that for many decades we have allowed cars to pollute the air that our children and families breathe. Californians shouldn't have to worry about our cars giving our kids asthma and creating more days filled with smoky airs. We need to reduce our Californian emission, but we won't completely wipe out gas cars for a long time. Some people will refuse to change their gasoline cars, but a survey from PEW Research says that 55.9% of car owners aim to buy an electric vehicle for their next car purchase. Maybe it doesn't seem like a lot, but it's enough to lower the pollution in our air and help the environment. One of the best solutions to fighting climate change is to convert to electric cars. Although some people think that we're not ready for them yet, we still have time to prepare for the big change. People have started to get prepared for the change by building more plug-in stations around the country. Electric cars will save you money, so having them will not only be better for the environment, but also financially. We won't have to keep worrying about the smoky sky surrounding us anymore.
Our next student speaker is Diego, speaking on the topic of what should be the next amendment to our Constitution.
Why are immigrants treated so badly in our country? Many immigrants migrate to the U.S. for either asylum or for a better life with their family. Our nation was founded by immigrants, along with the Statue of Liberty, which symbolizes our nation's view of welcoming immigrants to the land of opportunity. So why does our nation still struggle with this issue? What amendment is needed for our Constitution? We need a new amendment that gives immigrants citizenship or legal status after a certain time of being in the U.S. We need to give all immigrants a legal way to enter the U.S. and then after around a year or two, apply for citizenship. Currently, every illegal immigrant has no legal status until they file for it, but it's not so easy. Many families, including mine, have had to wait years after years in order to receive their green card or legal status. Many people came to the U.S. when they were kids, which means they were inducted into DACA, or Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, and they received work permits. But many are expiring this year, and Congress has done nothing about it. Hina Navid is a graduate student who came to the U.S. as a child and received her work permit. But now her work permit is expiring, and she says, "But since my family brought me to the United States as a child, I've never been able to access permanent legal status. My Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals work permit expires in May of 2022, and unless Congress acts, I may not be able to see this fellowship through. This shows us that not being able to get permanent legal status in the U.S. really affects people as they can no longer work legally. Without legal status, they will be forced back to a country they don't remember." Another person who is in the process of being deported is a man named Hugo Carrassos. He came here as a child as well, but in 2011, he was arrested after he forged a social security number. His story is told by the Immigrants Defense Project. He spent 3 months in county jail. His wife was pregnant with their first child while he was in jail. He was charged with using the identity of another, a felony under Arizona law. Many immigrants, despite being excellent members to their community, are often deported for a crime that should not have been labeled as illegal. Many immigrants will do anything to get into the U.S. They will even enter illegally. My new amendment will make their entrance legal and will only make them stay in the U.S. for around a year to 3 years. The new amendment will help with the problem of people getting deported back to their country after previously avoiding a difficult situation. A perfect example of what happens to immigrants who are deported is when the ACLU tells us that considerations and countless numbers of people are returned to their countries of origins only to be jailed and killed. This tells us that the U.S. ignores the pleas of those who want to stay in the U.S. despite overwhelming evidence that they will be facing harsh punishment. So why do we treat our immigrants so badly? Why do they have to suffer discrimination when all they want is a safer home for their family? We need to treat our immigrants as if they were Americans as well. In front of the Statue of Liberty, it says, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send me these, the homeless, the tempest-tossed. I lift my lamp beside the golden door." Our Statue of Liberty welcomes immigrants with open arms, so why can't we? Because of this, we need Congress to pass a new amendment that gives all immigrants citizenship.
Our next student speaker, Jose Castaneda, will be speaking on the topic of should all new cars be electric?
Most electric cars are made with the purpose of making our lives easier and safer. Because they have so much technology, they can help us in driving and at the same time making our chances higher to live in case of an accident. Electric cars are healthy for our environment, and they don't produce any toxic gases that contribute to global warming. Gasoline-powered cars are the opposite. When the fuel burns, it puts CO2 into the atmosphere and increases climate change. That's why we get more smoke than snow these days. Electric cars are better for our environment, and there are other better things about electric cars than gasoline-powered cars. According to my research, another thing that you won't have to worry about is checking your oil before you leave or replacing your timing belt. In addition to helping our environment, electric cars accelerate more quickly than gas-powered cars, and they're cheaper to fill up. Electric cars will be the future because they have advanced technology. Some gasoline cars take time to inject fuel into their engine. On the other hand, electric cars, the torque is almost instant. According to Wallbox, EVs accelerate faster than gas-powered cars, and they have more than enough speed for everyday usage. The reason for this is that electric motors are much simpler than internal combustion engines. This shows that gasoline cars take longer to reach their top speed than electric cars because sometimes gas motors can't feed their engines as fast as electric cars can. Similarly, electric cars are safer than gasoline-powered cars because electric cars have more technology and that increases safe driving. According to an article from Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, evidence is growing that electric vehicles are at least as safe as conventional ones, with 2 more vehicles that run exclusively on battery power earnings safety awards from Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. In addition, an updated analysis of insurance data shows injury claims are substantially less frequent for such vehicles. This shows how electric cars are often required with more security requirements than gasoline cars. Also, gasoline is flammable, and in case of an accident, it can catch on fire, and that will be an issue in many situations, such as causing a wildfire, and that won't be good for our environment. Another efficient way that electric cars are better than gasoline cars is that battery is increasing also. New solid states batteries can have over 600 miles range, 2.5 times more efficient. Keeping the state battery charges from 0% to 100% also improves the performance of the battery life vehicle. This shows how electric cars can last longer, and it will take less time to fill them up because engineers are working on new ways to charge them faster and make the battery last longer. According to an article to all the research I've done, electric cars are safer, faster, and better for our environment than gasoline cars. I think it's going to make a really good improvement in our environment if we all switch to electric cars. Our government is trying to switch to electric cars as soon as possible to make the world a healthy place for vegetation and reduce climate control. And increase vegetation and climate control. All these factors about electric cars make our lives easier, and that will make our road trips faster and more efficient with autopilot and all the technology that engineers are putting into the electric cars.
Our next student speaker is Brayden, speaking on the topic of should all new cars be electric?
Do you think it's a good idea for California to set a mandate for all new cars sold in 2035 must be electric?
and to ban all new gasoline-powered car sales? Used gas vehicles are still going to be allowed to be sold and bought in the used car market. Do you think that electric cars is better for the environment? Do you think that taking away gas-powered cars is going to slow down climate change? Yes, it's true. They will help. But there are some disadvantages of owning an electric car. But there are also some disadvantages of owning a gas-powered car. Electric cars will more than likely dominate the market in the future. Due to limited amounts of natural fuel sources in America as well as other parts of the world, electric vehicles are increasing in popularity already. Electric vehicles are cost-effective. Electric cars are good for the environment, but the governor of California shouldn't set a mandate for all new cars sold to be electric by 2035. I think that he should set that mandate about 10 years later because we're not fully prepared. A lot of people still like gas-powered cars, and some people can't afford electric cars. So if we wait longer, it will give more time for people to start liking electric cars. Electric vehicles have zero tailpipe emissions, making them cleaner and greener. In a recent speech by our governor, Gavin Newsom said, California will phase out the sale of all gasoline-powered vehicles by 2035 in a bid to lead the U.S. in reducing greenhouse gas emissions by encouraging the state's drivers to switch to electric cars. With all the extreme wildfires still burning in the state, Newsom says fighting climate change is an emergency. Our cars shouldn't make wildfires worse and create more days filled with smoky air. Cars shouldn't melt glaciers or raise sea levels, threatening our cherished beaches and our coastlines. This quote shows us that we need to make a change. The governor's executive order is a meaningful step in addressing the climate crisis and protecting the health of Californians. But we should push back this date if we don't get the technology and infrastructure ready in time. Electrifying transportation will also create jobs and help California move forward in its economic recovery. If people want to drive electric cars, they'll buy them. We don't have to eliminate the competition. Electric cars might not have emissions with tailpipe, but they do have emissions at the power plant. For example, electric cars don't set off greenhouse gases when they're driving, but they do when they're being made. The mining and processing of metals such as lithium, copper, and nickel requires such energy and it can release toxic compounds. Electric cars will reduce emissions over a few years and will benefit the environment, but they aren't perfect. We need to fix our mining practices before 2035 so that we're ready for a surge in electric car sales. One of the biggest benefits of electric cars is that you no longer need gas. That's a really big deal since the average American spends between $2,000 and $4,000 on gas every year, depending on where you live. Of course, there's another major benefit of owning an electric car. For many people, just knowing that they're doing their part to save the planet will be another reason to leap into an electric car. One of the main and biggest disadvantages of owning an electric car is the concern for range and anxiety of running out of juice when you're nowhere near a charging station. However, as battery technology improves, so will range. In an article from MarketWatch, it says, beyond the fuel-saving benefits, EVs offer another major cost saving on maintenance. Since an EV is fully electric, it doesn't require oil to lubricate an engine. That means oil changes become a thing of the past. The same is true for a lot of other expensive engine work that could afflict a gas-powered car. Brakes won't wear as quickly, and you won't need to replace pads as often as you do with the normal car. This shows us that electric cars do have lots of benefits and advantages. Gas-powered cars are good, but there are a lot of labor involved in owning one. And they set off a lot of emissions, which is horrible for the environment and our ecosystem. Governments and automakers are promoting electric vehicles as a key technology to reduce oil use and fight climate change. Even though electric vehicles make more emissions because of their batteries, their electric motors are way more efficient than a combustion engine that burns fossil fuels. Well, according to an article from the New York Times, the good news for electric vehicles is that most countries are now pushing to clean up their electric grids. In the United States, utilities have retired hundreds of coal plants over the last decade and shifted to a mix of lower emissions natural gas, wind, and solar power.
As a result, researchers have found electric vehicles have generally gotten cleaner too, and they are likely to get cleaner still. The reason electric vehicles look like an appealing climate solution is that we need to make our grid zero carbon. Then vehicles' emissions drop way down. California is already over 80% renewable energy. The big disadvantage is the lithium-ion cells that power most electric cars. They rely on raw materials like cobalt, lithium, and rare earth elements. These materials have been environmental and human rights concerns, but automakers are trying their hardest to make cleaner and safer batteries. In the end, electric vehicles have some disadvantages, like range. Many models have about 200-mile range, but these numbers are increasing. Electric vehicles can't drive as many miles as a gas-powered car in one trip because you have to keep recharging them. And the charging takes about an hour or longer. But they have some advantages. No fuel required, and they don't take as much maintenance compared to a gas-powered car. They have way better performance, and they are environmentally friendly. We need to do something to slow climate change now, or we could lose our tourists and our economy to smoky skies and lack of snow. And in the end, we will have a cleaner world, and we will save money. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We will be back online at 1:25. Sophomores, we need to take some pictures on this finalizing so we can do our pictures that I didn't take while you were going. Okay. Welcome, everyone. We have a big crowd here for our last two periods. And I think my first three speakers were hoping to have a small crowd, but after that, everybody is hoping for a big crowd. So if you're in the audience right now, please be super respectful and polite. You should be quietly listening, okay? Or if you're quietly working on something, I'm okay with that. But please don't be moving around on the bleachers a lot because they're really loud and distracting. If you need to get up and go to the bathroom, please go between speakers, not while somebody is speaking, okay? But I appreciate you guys all being here to support your friends. Is it going correctly? Okay, just want to make sure I did it right. Just a reminder for people who are just logging in right now online, we will have 6 speakers in this next block, and they will be speaking on one of 3 topics. Either how can kindness reunite our country? What should be the next amendment to our Constitution? Or should all new cars be electric? In this next 2 periods, you will see all different grade levels. Our first 3 speakers are freshmen who are doing this for the first time and are extremely brave. After that, our next 3 speakers are more experienced, and most of them are interested in moving on into the speech contest. So they're going to have longer speeches, and hopefully they will really impress us. But I do want to say, you guys, I've been impressed with every single one of you. I've seen all the hard work, and you were really brave and went out here and did a great job. So everyone, give yourself a big hand. Okay, so the order of the speeches for today, in this section, because we'll have a little break before we get into the 7th period, is Israel, Anatolii, Erik, Claire, Chloe, Sergio. Then we'll have a break, and we'll go Kira, Ellery, Beverly. Okay? Use the hand sanitizer. Don't forget, take off your mask. But we need to use the hand sanitizer so that we don't have to keep wiping all this down and we can stay germ-free. All right, good luck. Do your best. Our first speaker, Israel, will be speaking on the topic of should all new cars be electric?
There's such a big problem in this world called climate change, and we need to decide with ourselves what we can do sooner than later. Switching our minds to current living could be a huge start. Electric cars do not produce carbon dioxide, which is the main cause for climate change. We need electric cars, and it's good that car companies are starting to produce what they've been talking about. We can do our part for the environment. This is the start of a new generation, and it's our turn to make the changes in this world. Electric cars have more benefits than you think. They help our planet become cleaner by not burning fossil fuels, which will reduce climate change pollution. They perform better and save money at gas stations. The governor of California would like to see a lot less gas motorized vehicles by 2035. But you're still going to use a used gasoline-operated vehicle, just not a new one. Electric cars are still being developed in order to achieve better performance and improvements to make the environment even healthier. In California, they are producing clean power on the grid. So, switching to electric vehicles is a huge benefit. According to LA Times, more than 83% of California's power is from renewable sources. It is important for the main power grid, which covers 4/5 of California, to make as much power as it can because the electric vehicles have started to become in such high demand over the years. This matters because more electricity will be in demand as we switch to electric cars. Electric cars are close to making the world a finer place, improve the air quality, and making the world safe for all living things to have a better life. Our generation will be helping the environment. We'll be the one with the innovative cars. In my opinion, Tesla's a really good company for electric cars because the only energy it has is green energy, making everything better for the environment. I would like to have a Tesla do my part in the world. Elon Musk even says, and I quote, "We will not stop until every car on the road is electric." This will help the planet by so much and change so many things in the environment. Another benefit of the electric vehicles is a smooth ride and great driving performance. According to the Nissan, their EVs have a floor-mounted battery pack, which gives this car a great ride and smooth handling and a driving experience that's even quiet without sound. We have some time to get ready for this transition, and we need to use it wisely because electric cars have some downsides, like the charging stations are farther apart on the road than gas stations, and so it's even wastes more of your battery, and it takes a while to charge. And if something were to happen to your battery, it's really expensive to replace. Luckily, just a month ago, Congress approved the 1.7 for new charging stations. It's good that there aren't many bad things about electric vehicles, knowing they can handle most vehicles can't. But the pros outweighs the cons. The clean car, the conscience to the environment, and the smooth experience in the ride are some of the things to consider. Countries around the world are working to phase out the sales of gasoline-powered vehicles and all-out war on the effect of climate change, which is becoming worse over the years, and we need electric cars to help beat the battle.
Our next student speaker, Anatolii, will be speaking on the topic of should all new cars be electric?
Do people today prefer electric cars while people choose electric cars in the future? Are electric cars cheaper and better for the environment than gasoline cars? Should all new cars be electric? In my opinion, they have more pros, and some of them are benefits to the environment, affordability of electricity, quietness, and power of the motors. Electric vehicles will be an important part of the world transportation future, given their potential to dramatically cut global warming emissions, especially when charged by a clean electricity grid. California's electricity is already 83% renewable. Because electric cars have many different features and technologies, I think they should start the transition soon when we get our infrastructure and technologies ready. I think that electric cars are better for the environment because if we compare Tesla electric car and Toyota gasoline car, already after 5,000 miles, Toyota will need an oil change. Electric cars on average produce only half of the vehicle's carbon emission. Electric cars also have electromagnets in their motors, and it's better for the environment. On the other hand, charging Tesla is only enough for 400 kilometers, so Tesla's range is still a problem now. And in this case, gasoline cars are better. Even major car companies are going in on the movement. Ford representatives were able to completely change their car's future. They created their first electric car in 1915. Now they have a few electric cars, and the best one is Mustang Mach-E, which needs less than a half of a second to reach peak acceleration. Another worry about the electric cars is the speed of charging, but supercharger is solving this problem issue. A new technology can charge your car as fast as 5 minutes. Also, you can fill up your gasoline car very fast, but gasoline now is very expensive. It's about $5 for a gallon, while charging Tesla is about $20 for all charging. The change will happen, so everyone should prepare. If the governor of California said, it will happen. California will phase out all new gasoline-powered cars by 2035 to lead the United States in reducing greenhouse gas emissions by encouraging states' drivers to switch to the electric cars. Also, it bans the sale of new gasoline cars and trucks after 15th year deadline. Electric cars, it will be a good transition from all gasoline cars to 100% electric cars in 40 years. Some people will keep their old gasoline cars, but most will upgrade. To conclude, I'd like to say that electric cars are better because of the environment and the general amenities. All new cars should be electric. Okay. Okay.
Well done. Our next speaker is Erik, and he's speaking on the topic of should all new cars be electric?
Imagine our world with no electric vehicles. Imagine how polluted the air would be because of it, and how many old gas-powered cars there would be in the world that stop working, don't get used, and start to rot. And once they start to rot, they would just be a waste. That's why we need to switch to electric vehicles completely. If we switch to electric vehicles completely, it would be an evolutionary step to stop the pollution that gas cars cause. Why do we not need gas-powered cars? The answer is simple. They are simply moving, polluting machines that are terrible for the environment. They're bad because if you ever got into a car accident in a gas-powered car, there is a really big chance your car could catch on fire, and because of the gasoline, the car could easily blow up. Electric cars also have many benefits. They are clean and don't burn fuel. I believe that if we switch to all electric vehicles, our world could be cleaner. Governor Newsom believes that in order to fight climate change, California does need to switch to EVs. He says, Californians shouldn't have to worry if our cars are giving our kids asthma. Our cars shouldn't have to make wildfires worse and create more days filled with smoky air. Obviously, climate change is real. When we know this, the governor believes that all gasoline emissions are one of the main problems that are causing climate change. Also, he is saying that the only thing gas-powered cars do is hurt the world. Excessive carbon dioxide emissions are changing the atmosphere. We know this because we can see the change all around us. Everyone knows that gas-powered cars are polluting the air, and they are proven to be dirtier than EVs. Compared to electric vehicles, gasoline-powered vehicles emit a lot more carbon dioxide than any electric vehicle. We know this because the average passenger vehicle emits about 404 grams of carbon dioxide per mile. If we drove to LA from Vining, that is 332.4 miles one way. And times that by 404 grams of carbon dioxide per mile, we get 134,410.8 grams of carbon dioxide per mile. So think about how many people drive from LA to Mammoth every day. Imagine how much carbon dioxide is being produced. When those people are driving back and forth so much, we will pay the price later. If we weren't to slow climate change and prevent catastrophic failure, catastrophic changes that fill our ski areas with smoke half the year and close half our ski areas, we need to switch to electric cars completely as fast as possible. Besides the manufacturing of EVs, they are the cleanest type of transportation that we have. Their electric motors are more efficient than traditional internal combustion engines that burn fossil fuels. According to Cars.com, EVs have zero tailpipe emissions, but the energy stored in their batteries has to be generated somewhere, and much of the power generation in the U.S. creates what are known as upstream emissions for the EV. Upstream emissions are defined as all GHG emissions taking place before the raw material for the fuel enters a refinery or processing plant. By this we are saying that EVs are cleaner because there is zero emissions coming out of them, and only bad carbon footprints take place before and during the making of the car. Also, according to Reuters.com, the carbon footprint of gas cars quickly overtakes the EVs after 15,000 miles of driving. In California, we're lucky that 83% of our electricity comes from renewable sources. EVs are especially clean if you charge them where we live. So all in all, EVs are a lot cleaner, faster, and simply nicer than gas-powered vehicles. Also, EVs are the best transportation in this new decade we live in. If we switch to electric cars completely, our world would never be the same, but in a good way.
Our next student speaker, Claire, will speak on the topic of how can kindness reunite our country.
I am part of the Sheriff's Explorer program. I've been learning so much about what sheriffs actually do and how they help people. Oh. Okay. Forgot about that. I am part of the Sheriff's Explorer program. I've been learning so much about what sheriffs actually do and how they help people. I took a CPR class and also learned that kindness is very important when helping others. The sheriffs explained that if people think you're mean, they may assume you will do a bad job of helping them, and they may tell you to back off. You will be able to help people if you are caring and ask them questions. When an officer arrests someone, the suspect will tell the officer more information if the officer is kind to them and treat them like any other person. There's a lot of division between communities and police officers. Many people don't trust police officers today because of the bad actions of a few police officers. But the truth is that most police try to help everyone and everything that may need help. The technical term for police is peace officer. Their job is to keep the peace and help people. Our country is very divided, and kindness can bring us together. Kindness can help people see officers as protectors, while officers see people as their job every day. Kindness is also good for our individual selves. We have lots of division today in our country, especially conflicts between police and communities. But with kindness and a philosophy of community policing, our country can come together again. My community is very close to the police and sheriff's department. This is because we are all neighbors and don't see the police or sheriff's department or the police officers or sheriffs as a threat like a lot of people today. Deputy Belcher, a sheriff in my community, told me and 2 others that she treats suspects like any other person. They just made a mistake. Sometimes a big mistake, sometimes a small one. They are still the same as any other. In other communities, there's a lot more division. In 2020, there were police officers that had some wrongdoings that led to the division of the black community and officers in Minneapolis. The actions of a few bad police officers should not reflect on all officers. In fact, Most officers were shocked by the misbehavior of this one policeman. But police officers mostly want to help people. People just don't always trust the police. Therefore, police and communities are very divided, but this is not how it should be. Police officers try very hard while training to become an officer and are patrolling the streets to protect everyone. This quote from the American Bar Association explains perfectly that police officers are trying so hard to keep everyone safe, especially in these hard times from 2020 to the present day. It is critical that we not lose sight of the fact that the majority of the men and women in the policing profession choose to become policemen in order to do good and to protect our communities, and to serve our fellow citizens. Police officers risk their lives and the lives around them every day. When officers are interviewing someone, they need to take the information they are given and make a very hard decision. This decision can be super dangerous for everyone. The police do make mistakes, but that is because they are all scared and under a lot of pressure all the time. Kindness can bring us together, and sheriffs have a part in it. Sheriffs and officers have a part in this because part of their job is to make sure people are being treated kindly and to treat people with respect. Now, everyone has the right to protest, but when protesters become violent and physically threaten the police, even more division occurs. But if we do nice things to each other, then we can get back together. According to the 4th Street Y, caring acts lead to positive reactions in both the givers and the people they are kind to. It is not just police officers who could bring us together, though. If everyone performed an act of kindness every day, that kindness will spread to more and more people, because being kind has a ripple effect on everyone. If we all spent being more kind to others, we would feel better within ourselves. Kindness also helps yourself. According to the chart by Random Acts of Kindness, kindness actually decreases your pain, stress, anxiety, depression, and blood pressure. Being kind can also increase things like the love hormone, energy, happiness, your lifespan, pleasure, and serotonin, which heals your wounds and calms you down. It also helps with your cardio. Kindness releases the hormone oxytocin. According to Dr. David Hamilton, oxytocin causes the release of a chemical called nitric oxide in blood vessels, which dilates or expands the blood vessels. This reduces blood pressure, and therefore oxytocin is known as a cardioprotective hormone because it protects the heart by lowering blood pressure. Everyone who is being kind will benefit from it greatly. You will feel more energetic and more social with people you do not know. You will feel more confident with yourself and with people around you. Police officers have to make sure they are feeling well before they start to help anyone else. If police officers aren't feeling well, then they are not going to be much of a help to anyone around them. I believe kindness can really bring us together. I believe this because if we have good people in our community, first responders, teachers, doctors, police officers, and sheriffs who have a good influence on others, then the community would likely reunite. Also, if you want to be a good person individually, kindness is very important. Police officers use kindness in their everyday life. Officers also influence people around them to be kind. Kindness is how we can bring our country back together, community by community. Oh, should I take this off? Okay.
All right, let's have a huge hand for our 4 freshmen who did this in front of a huge audience when they were not expecting it for it. So proud of those 4. Great job, you guys. All right, our next speaker, Chloe, is speaking on the topic of how can kindness reunite our country.
everyone. Okay. 80% of Americans identify with the firm political party, Republican or Democratic. In a TED Talk, Celeste Headley states the world is more divided today than ever before. Mainstream media consistently proves the existence of the political divide every day. For example, a news source, such as CNN, is targeted towards someone who is on the left wing of thinking. Fox News, however, is targeted towards someone who is on the right wing of thinking. They often have negative opinions about each other over issues of misinformation and bias. In this day and age, it is crucial to make sure you are open-minded and well-rounded politically, such as reading multiple news sources and collecting all the information possible to create an educated opinion. With kindness and human decency, we can reunite our country and the political divide. The fear of the unknown also contributes to the roots of polarization. In an article by the American Psychological Association, Kirk Snyder says existential fear appears to be at the heart of what drives polarization. People want to have a strong political opinion to feel connected in a community of like-minded people. A hard fact to learn, however, is the difference between opinions and facts. And when dealing with only opinions, like these like-minded communities, no one is right or wrong. This causes even more complications in worldwide debates. Compromise is essential from both parties in a debate to find fairness and consensus. Social media is also a huge contributor to the political divide. According to a recent article in Time magazine, Americans are increasingly clustering in like-minded communities, and surrounding yourself with people who think like you has a profound effect. The law of group polarization is a term Bishop uses to describe this situation. It means when someone meets another person with similar opinions, they have a better first impression and connection to that person. For example, if someone who is anti-hunting meets another person who is anti-hunting, they have more motivation towards that cause and are more likely to do something. This is how groups and protests start. And in most cases, it creates this idea of not putting enough effort to understand the opposing side and are just less open-minded in general. People are less likely to start conflict if they don't have the support of others who share the same opinion. People have a natural tendency to conceptualize everyone on the other side of the political spectrum as if they were the same people as those leaders and spokespeople of that side. People have forgotten that how you identify politically doesn't mean you agree with every politician or leader on that side, nor does it mean you have their same authority. In the past few years, there have been many accusations toward government officials and celebrities. That was due to the polarization influence on society. I am referring to cancel culture. We have become very comfortable with guilty until proven innocent rather than the latter. Even those who are proven innocent of a crime or accusation will have their entire lives ruined by the public due to misinformation. For example, former President Donald Trump was a registered Democrat before running for office in 2016. When he changed his party to Republican, he was never given the chance to say why he changed or any of his political opinions while running for president because of the misinformation from the media. This is not common knowledge, and that's due to the political public opinion. This happens frequently to people in office, not just Donald Trump. We have lost the ability of creating our own independent conclusions on every topic in the world. The gap between the media and reality is so extremely large. When you take a step back, it's truly unfortunate how news outlets and social media almost have zero repercussions. We must ask ourselves as a nation whether the issues that are so heavily pushed by the media are real and at the same severity they say. And if they are, how do we approach the issue with innovation and fairness rather than accusational thinking and bias? So, how do we fix this? And the answer to that is we need more structured, safe spaces to openly talk about politics and let other people say what they need to say and want to say before we ourselves respond. Dr. Schneider says, one way to mitigate the divisiveness is to physically bring people in a safe, highly structured dialogue group. And so he created a safe and structured dialogue group and found among 1,800 participants, 79% felt they were better understood, 75% felt they were less angry and frustrated at the opposing side, and 80% felt that they were better able to have more constructive conversations. We all want the same thing: equality, protection, and fairness. We must ask ourselves, are the ways people and events are portrayed in the media showing any of those? As Stephen Covey says, listen with the intent to understand, not with the intent to reply. Listening, actively listening, means not thinking about your own issues, not thinking about your plans, not thinking about your opinions. It means being openly minded and present to hear what that other person has to say before we respond. Listening with the intention to understand what they have to say. With respect and kindness, we can reunite not only our political divide, but our entire nation. Thank you. What do I do? Do I pose? Do I like this? Good? Okay. She took one earlier.
Our next speaker, Sergio, is speaking on the topic of what should be the next amendment to our Constitution.
Moving from the south to the north, from the Sierra Madre Occidental to the Sierra Nevada, that has been my life, from mountain range to mountain range. I was born in Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. My family and I moved to the U.S. looking for a brighter future. My mother left her whole life behind so that my siblings and I could get a better education. Still, her sacrifices won't be worth it if we cannot pay for college. This fills me with anxiety as I seek my dream of attending college. I am terrified that her sacrifices will be worthless, that the sacrifices I made throughout my educational journey will be in vain, or the suffering from the language barrier, and especially the feeling of loneliness I had when many didn't want to be my friend just because I was different. Today, my dream of a college degree lives on, but for millions of students, it vanishes as they get through high school and realize the cost of college. Students only see darkness instead of light on the land of opportunities. There's a straightforward solution. The next amendment to the Constitution should be the Free College Amendment. We need this amendment because as the wealthy get more opportunities, the country leaves behind great potential leaders that don't have the resources to pay for college. Students don't find their passion because they can only think of the debt they will accrue, causing them to choose majors based on potential income. The cost of college can turn into stressful and a negative experience. Since our country's founding, we have been on a rough path towards free college, and although these past years we have come far, we are still being held back. We have free education from K to 12th grade, and we have Cal Grants and Pell Grants, but we need more support for the working class students and the students of color. Our founding father wrote, "We the people," but there was no "we" in the people. They said all men are created equal, but how can they say all men when they didn't even include blacks or workers? They didn't even consider women. Is it fair for Hispanic people to live in shacks, sacrificing themselves for the children, with the horror of being sacrificed just because racism prevents them from having the opportunities that America is supposed to offer, forcing the children to work, or for an African American to not have an education, causing them to have low-paying jobs just because of their color? This must change now with free tuition, room, and board is the fastest way to do it. My parents have always told me, study what you have passion for. If it's a small thing, it doesn't matter as long as you're happy. There's a problem though. A study from the New York Times tells us that most college students in the U.S. are often guided toward practical majors based on post-lucrative graduation income. Students often sacrifice themselves and their dreams in order to save their parents from falling into debt, causing them to live in the shadows of their hopes and dreams. Students often imagine themselves with a job full of money, but they don't realize that money isn't their happiness. Students need to find their passion throughout their college journey. This will benefit the whole country by having the people in the jobs they love. We need to stop making students believe in money and neglect undereducation. The hope of the American dream shines behind the TV, but vanishes as the immigrant sees the dark reality. High school students with the best grades, mainly from low-income households, are not necessarily the ones to attend the best schools. Even though they might have been the most successful student in high school, they often see little but no choice to attend a more lower-rated, more affordable school. This is if they can go to college at all. We are wasting American brain powers, brains that could contribute to medical breakthroughs, leadership, and technological advances in all kinds of fields. Free college means more than free tuition. More than 44 million Americans hold more than $1.5 trillion in student debt. Even though some of them have free education, according to Senator Bernie Sanders, he explains the issue that free college means more than free tuition. However, a student will still have to pay for another cost of attendance like books, supplies, and transportation. For the past few years, I have worked as a busser to save for college. This job motivated me because I don't want to live the rest of my life surviving day by day. Students are mentally crushed thinking of how they must help their parents. Parents, on the other hand, are thinking whether they can help in their child in his or her education. Today, I know that we'll have to work a lot the next few years in order to not overload my parents with stress, sacrificing their futures just for me. To not lose that great leaders of tomorrow, we need to start believing, as Senator Bernie Sanders says, education should be a right, not a privilege. We need to start a revolution in a way that the United States funds higher education. Our government needs to understand that elite education is not only for the rich, that quality higher education should be a right and not a privilege. However, not everything is hopeless. There are many solutions to the problems. And there are many big organizations like Questbridge, which help thousands of students each year get free education. They have helped my family and friends. And there are also many financial aid organizations that help lower the cost of college to most students in the U.S. But we need more organizations like this to help the millions of students who have a passion when they see the dream of an education. We need more organizations like this to create bridges instead of walls to keep students in classrooms instead of out in the fields. But there's not enough money to help all qualified students attend college. To ensure everything is covered, the United States government needs to pass an amendment giving free education to everyone. Lastly, free college will benefit the individual student and the country as a whole. It will lower the unemployment rates and take the homeless off the streets, giving them stable jobs. The cost of college can turn into a stressful and a negative experience. The cost of college is the root of many problems in the U.S. The U.S. needs to prove the rest of the world that the American dream still lives behind books. To have free college, the United States government needs to raise taxes, but in the long run, it will be cheaper. Everyone in the country needs to sacrifice themselves, and especially the wealthiest families, by paying more in taxes. They will benefit the whole country by giving free education to everyone. Some people argue that students must pay for college in order to appreciate it. This already happens with scholarship with minimum GPA requirements and work-study jobs. Some people believe that students learn how to manage money by paying for college, but want money. The reality is that they are so much in debt that they just give up on their education. Today, we don't have free education because of inequality and lack of opportunities. But there's still hope of achieving the American dream and having an education in the U.S. When a high school student sees a future, they try harder, like many students in the high school. For example, I saw a future that caused me to get out of my comfort zone, joining the mock trial team and speaking in the speech contest, hoping to pay all my family sacrifices. The light on the end of the tunnel made me the person who I am today. I hope that more students get the opportunities I got so they can pursue their dreams that they are passionate about. Picture yourself as a senior, full of hope for achieving your career of your dreams. Then you suddenly run into a wall and your dreams fall out of your grasp. Or imagine yourself as a college graduate ready for life, instead focusing on your life instead of his debt. Let's make free college an amendment to the Constitution. Thank you.
All right, excellent job, everyone. Sergio, inspire us all. Excellent job to every speaker that went in this last session. Really impressed by the delivery of the last two speakers. Excellent job, Chloe and Sergio, and all of our freshmen who went in this last section. You guys really did a great job. And because of that, you can get your brownie and take a break for a few minutes. Those who are watching us online, we will come back at 2:18. So if everyone could sit down, we're going to get ready. Did the second bell ring yet? I didn't even hear it. Okay. I'll talk for a minute while we're waiting. All right, all students, please take your seats and quiet down, please. You guys, I'm going to talk just for a minute until the bell rings, so the bell doesn't ring in the middle of a student's speech. We just have 3 speakers left, and I wanted just to give everyone a huge compliment. I've been so impressed by every single speech that I've heard today. I've seen so much hard work. I've seen people who just surprised me with what they were capable of doing today, and I'm really proud of all of you. So thank you for really putting it all out there and being so brave to come up here. For people who are just coming online, we have 3 more speeches today. All 3 of these speeches are on the topic of how can kindness reunite our country. We have 3 speakers, Kira, Ellery, and Beverly. And our first speaker is Kira. Students, when you come up, remember to sanitize.
Don't talk politics. We've all heard that one. No politics at the dinner table, no politics with grandma and grandpa, no politics at school, no politics with the neighbors, no politics with anyone who might disagree with us. The United States is divided by Republicans and Democrats, radicals and moderates, voters and non-voters, by poor and rich, by race, gender, and religion. Simply put, the 50 states which make up our country are not a perfect union. We must bridge our divides, and kindness can build those bridges. If we build bridges rather than walls, America can become the more perfect union it is meant to be. Probably all of you have been called kind for a number of reasons, but superficial kindness is not enough. The root of the word kindness comes from the Old English word kin, which means family. Kindness means treating others like family, regardless of race, religion, or gender. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines kindness as benevolence, courtesy, favor, grace, indulgence, and mercy. If we apply this definition of kindness to the divides we are battling in America today, it means having the courtesy to listen to others. It means having the grace to respect their opinions and having the mercy not to condemn them for being different. In 1963, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. spoke to the American people on how to unite in his book, Strength to Love. He wrote about the unenforceable laws which concern inner attitudes, genuine person-to-person relations, and expressions of compassion. Man-made laws assure justice, but a higher law produces love. As American poet laureate Amanda Gorman declared, "Victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made." In order to bridge the divides, we must listen to and respect our neighbors, because what their beliefs are, without a doubt, do not match up with what the media tells us they believe. It is unavoidable that in such a large and diverse country, there are many different opinions on every imaginable issue. However, differing opinions and differing social roles are not what is causing the seemingly irreconcilable divides in America. Opposing opinions and outward differences should not equal disrespect and hate. According to Time magazine, Americans are increasingly clustering in like-minded communities, and surrounding yourself with people who think like you has a profound effect. As Cass Sunstein articulated, when like-minded people gather, they tend to grow more extreme. Why do we cluster into like-minded communities? Why do we hide behind the walls of our echo chambers? In settings where we only hear what we want to hear, we feel reassured and we feel comfortable. We cluster in small communities because we are afraid. I am afraid, and maybe you are afraid too, of confronting the unavoidable divisions which come from living in such a diverse country. But this fear tends to make us talk less and less to the other side about politics, and as a result, we continue to polarize our nation and turn it into a place where talking about politics has become a volatile and terrifying proposition. It shouldn't be. Talking politics shouldn't scare us, because we should not be stereotyping our neighbors as radicals. The walls we've built and the comfortable chambers we hide in allow our fears to turn people on all sides of the political spectrum into mere stereotypes. Kindness is the tactic that will allow us to have conversations about difficult topics. It will allow us to bridge our divides without arguing, but without agreeing. Kindness is more than the dictionary definition of the word. It is a way of living, and it is rooted deeply within a person's character. Why are you being kind? Is it out of pity or to feel good about yourself? How will we find it within ourselves to listen to and to respect our neighbors, even if they appear to be different from us on all fronts? Our kindness needs to come from a place of love. Love for our country, yes, for the unity of it, but above that, love for humankind. Love for those born in America and love for those immigrated from around the world. We must decide to listen to and respect our neighbors because as human beings, they are inherently valuable. To love others in this way is difficult. It will test our kindness to the limit, but if both partakers in the conversation practice it, bridges will inevitably be built. I know why I believe human life has inherent value. Now you must decide why you believe this. Whatever it is that makes us believe in the inherent value of all people must be the root of our kindness when we have conversations which challenge our values to the core. Political conversations cannot and should not always take place. They are not always safe, nor are they always productive. We don't need to get into a political debate with everyone, but people who we already have a relationship with, who we care about and trust, are good candidates. In these conversations, both people need to want to understand the other perspective. The goal is to listen to one another respectfully and with kindness, not to try to be right. We must get to know the people behind the votes on a personal level in order to break down stereotypes. By talking to real people with different opinions, we might find our preconceived notions proved wrong. We, the people of the United States of America, have a duty to talk to each other and to shoulder the weight of our differences together. America was not living up to its high standards when it was colonized, but the Constitution did not say that America was a perfect union at the time. It said, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union." We are still building the more perfect union. The United States has never been and will never be perfect. But is it not our duty to fight for the unity of the 50 states which we call home? Let's start bridging our divides by being gracious, respectful, and merciful to all, no matter their political affiliation, race, religion, gender, or any other outward division, because they are our neighbors and because they are inherently valuable. I believe that if we practice kindness, we can become the people of the United States of America. Dear American people, for the sake of our country, it's time to talk politics.
Kieran. Kieran said no, but we'll do that later. Okay. All right, that was an excellent speech. I am excited for the next speaker also. It is Ellery, and she is speaking on the topic, how can kindness reunite our country?
Imagine a world where no person of color is oppressed because of the color of their skin, where they live, or how they speak. Imagine a world where no child fears anger when they come out, where every person is accepted for who they love. Imagine a world where land is returned to the indigenous peoples it was stolen from. Imagine a world where no person is sexually assaulted and then blamed for it. I often wonder how we reach this world, how we create something like this. And I think the answer is that every individual needs to actively spread kindness. No matter how thoughtful a piece of government legislation is, it can never fully solve any issue. Because our nation orients around capitalism, we live in a world where one group must be exploited and oppressed in order for another to rise up. So the reality is that we can't depend on the government to solve these issues. Instead, we need to rely on ourselves, on each other, and on the kindness that exists within every individual. And maybe it's idealistic to think that this could actually happen. But what else do we have to rely on besides each other at the end of the day? What has fueled the most powerful civil rights movements in history? What has led to the best fixes in our broken system? Kindness. And I think that this is the answer. We, as individuals who possess empathy, need to overcome the government's inherent unkindness, reach across boundaries and create communities that lift each other up so we can reunite our nation and heal it in the process. When we live in a divided system that isn't designed to be kind, people get hurt. It's this unkind system that resulted in George Floyd and so many other people of color being murdered at the hands of police officers. It's why states still try to prevent gay couples from getting married. It's why 1 in 5 women have been sexually assaulted. It's why it's nearly impossible for immigrants to gain citizenship and why many are forced to work under horrible conditions. So we, as the people living in this system, have to be actively empathetic to reverse this. We need to reach out with kindness. We need to repair our nation. We are living in a system run by a government that can no longer even attempt to be effective because of the division within. But this isn't something new. The government has always been divided, always been unkind. The solution to this division today is for every person to be empathetic and kind, to respect experiences that you haven't faced in your own life, and to stand up for those being unfairly treated. Staying silent is unkind. Being complacent is unkind. Trying not to get involved is unkind. We have to actively act against forces of oppression in our nation to show true, real kindness. In her book, The Undocumented Americans, Carla Cornejo Villavicencio describes the morality of accepting immigrants. And the higher moral law here is that people have a human right to move, to change location if they experience hunger, poverty, violence, or lack of opportunity, especially if that climate within their home countries is created by the United States, as is the case with most third world countries from which people migrate. Immigrants come here seeking freedom, often because the United States capitalist policies have made it impossible to find that freedom in their own homes. And even when the land of opportunities isn't as golden as it is so often portrayed, we still find that it is often marginalized peoples who work the hardest to heal our nation. As the author Joan Didion says, "A place belongs forever to who claims it hardest, remembers it most obsessively, wrenches it from itself, shapes it, loves it so radically that they remake it in their own image." So shouldn't our nation belong to those who claim it hardest? Shouldn't our nation serve those who put the most work into healing it? But instead of being welcoming, our country has closed itself off. It has stopped welcoming the tired, the poor, and the huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Why does a nation based on being the land of opportunity for all only give opportunity to some? And why is that opportunity given to wealthy whites rather than the people who actively shape this nation? Because who puts more work into healing our nation than the people who are marginalized by it, than the people who need it to be better? Our nation should serve those who love it enough, who need it enough to try and make it better. Kindness might not seem that powerful, but over history, we have seen that when people unite together with kindness, when we start to see kindness as a practice that has the capability to transform, it gains monumental power. The Washington Post tells the story of a small town in rural Pennsylvania that used the power of kindness to stand up for the community within. The local library's request for additional funding was rejected by the town's commissioners because the library had recently agreed to host a bi-weekly LGBTQ support group. One of the commissioners went so far as to say that he supported none of it, not the LGBTQ, Ku Klux Klan, or Proud Boys. I don't agree with any of that. Comparing a support group to the extremely violent hate groups, the KKK and the Proud Boys, is cruel, and it's simply false. A support group for queer people is natural and good. Hate groups like the KKK are forces of violence and racism. The government acted in a prejudiced and unkind way. But the community stood together. They created a GoFundMe and raised 10 times the amount of money the library had originally requested. Members of the community reflected on the movement, one saying, "I think in the end, it's brought the community together behind tolerance and kindness." And another, "I hope it shows the LGBTQ community, especially young people, that there is support. It's not even political, it's personal. This is about people's identities. You can't just say those things and get away with it." kindness brought the community together as they protested the harmful actions of a hateful politician. And that's what kindness is. It's standing up for and taking care of the people around you. It's listening to a marginalized person tell their story and not interrupting with one's thoughts and opinions. It's using one's own privilege to educate those with harmful beliefs so that people marginalized by those beliefs don't have to bear that weight. And sometimes it means standing up for yourself and not let anyone push demeaning and dehumanizing beliefs upon you. We can see the impacts of kindness in many places. When Amanda Gorman stood before the divided Capitol just weeks after the Trump supporters' insurrection, she spread messages of hope and acceptance. She stood before our country and depicted a nation striving to forge union. To compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. She didn't hide the truth or pretend that our nation is something that it isn't. She spoke of growth, but also of what must be overcome. She stood up for herself and her community when she spoke this poem. She spread kindness through illuminating the issues of our nation and how we might fix them. And that is what kindness truly is. It's caring enough about something to want to make it better. As Gorman says, being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. Striving to repair the past in order to create a better present and future, that is kindness. And that kindness has the power to reunite our nation, not as it was, but as something better, something more just, more kind, and more perfect. So yes, I'm standing here and I'm saying that all these things are wrong. I'm saying that our nation has divided into tiny little fragments that feel impossible to connect. And I'm saying that we're not being kind enough because look at our country. We are facing a pandemic. People are dying, yet some still refuse to wear masks because they're worried about their personal liberty. And people of color are assaulted by police officers because of systemic racism. And queer people are harassed and terrified. And women are sexually assaulted, and those assaulters are put on the Supreme Court of the United States of America. So yes, our world is a mess. I'm saying that it hurts, and that it's scary, and that we need radical, extreme change. But I'm not saying this because I hate our nation. I'm saying this because I desperately want to live in a world where there's actually equality. I'm saying this because I've seen too many people suffer silently here, in our community, from these divisions people want to pretend don't exist here. I'm saying that we're hurting here too. I want our community to be a safe place of equality and unity. I want our nation to be a safe place of equality and unity. And so I'm saying this because I truly believe that we can create this world if we unite together with open hearts, with empathy for what we haven't faced in our own lives, and with genuine kindness. Thank you.
Okay, well done. I'm really excited for our final speaker of the day. She has a great speech, and we will welcome up here Beverly, who's speaking on how kindness can reunite our country.
In 2020, George Floyd, a black man, was pinned on the ground by a police officer. Floyd yelled, "I can't breathe," as his last words. A police officer who was supposed to be protecting the community killed an innocent civilian. To this day, we wonder, if the man on the ground had been white, would things have gone differently? Or what about the Mexican immigrants coming to the United States to live a better life, being called animals, criminals, and rapists? Why should people have to fear for their lives just because of the color of their skin, background, heritage, or race? Today, America has become immensely divided over many issues. Racism has become a big problem and has created a major divide. There are people threatening to kill each other over the hatred they have against another race or culture. As a country, we should be coming together and reuniting. The solution to our great divide begins with kindness. We need to show empathy for one another and understand that we all go through different experiences. One of the biggest problems our country faces today is racism. Not only in politics can you see racism, but out in public, day to day, you can see the toll of racism. And an article from the Washington Post says, "Race makes our politics irrational and political debates into fights for survival." In recent years, we have realized how police have unfairly treated black communities throughout history and still today. The Black Lives Matter movement rose out of this realization. The Black Lives Matter is a social movement to fight against police brutality and fight against racism. A lot of white Americans have supported and marched alongside, but some did not agree or support. Instead, they started the White Lives Matter or the All Lives Matter, which are hate groups against the Black Lives Matter movement. In today's society, a battle between the anti-racist and the racist is being fought. We can see how black communities don't get the same opportunities as white communities do. Black people don't get the same job, school, or social opportunities because they are being judged by the color of their skin. In an article from The New Yorker, Abram Kendi says, "Chronic underfunding of black schools does create a diminished and not merely different opportunity for learning. Racists blame black people for their own failures, but anti-racists know that unfairness and discrimination can destroy lives. Kindness and anti-racist laws can save lives." There should be an expectation of kindness in our leaders because the United States is known for welcoming people and known for giving them second chances. When the former president insults entire communities, saying how immigrants are invading the country and black people are dangerous to our society, it is not welcoming. The symbol of our nation is the Statue of Liberty. As the Statue of Liberty says, "Give me your tired, your poor, your yearning masses, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door." This lamp is a symbol of kindness that we need in our nation. We all need to be welcoming to one another and have empathy. Our nation was founded by immigrants. Someone leading our country shouldn't be trying to divide our country, but should be bringing our country together. And an article from the Washington Post says, "Even Trump's trademark slogan, 'Make America Great Again,' has been seen mostly through the lens of preserving and protecting white Christian America from immigrants and African Americans who Trump portrayed as threatening forces invading the country and increasing crime in white suburbs. White people should not expect black people to change their behaviors or change their cultures to be like white people. Instead, white people should change their views on how they see people and not judge them based on the color of their skin." In the same article about Kendi, it says, "Kendi is convinced that racism can be objectively identified and therefore fought and one day vanquished. There are many ways that we can bring the country together again, and it begins with kindness. Then we can start to make compromises and pass anti-racist laws so that we can give equality to all." One way that we can bring everyone together and stop racism is to show kindness to everyone, no matter the skin color. In order for racism to stop, We need to understand that we all go through different experiences because of the color of our skins. Yes, we may have different views on different things, but we have to learn to respect that we are all not going to agree. In the same Washington Post article, it says, "We must criticize without wounding and debate without dehumanizing our opponents. Fight for the things you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you." We should all have respect for each other and our different opinions. America should realize that immigrants are coming to the United States with nothing to try to give their families a better life. Americans should realize that they are being racist when they are calling immigrants dangerous criminals, when in reality, they are just trying to create a better life. People have to learn to get along because we all live in the same country, and instead of battling each other, we should be coming together to solve these problems. In the same article, it says, "We have to do things with common purpose. We can't not to do things to one another hoping for an advantage. It requires restraint and humility." Americans have to understand that people are just trying to live their lives, trying to make it better, and it does not help when they are being harassed. An act of kindness that can help unite us is advocating for the things that need to be changed, joining a protest march, and supporting those who strive for equal rights is an act of kindness that anyone can do. Things like that will then eventually end racism. In order to heal the country, we need to spread kindness and empathy. According to an article in The Economist, empathy is our ability to share and understand one another's feelings, a psychological superglue that connects and undergirds cooperation and kindness. Having empathy for one another is so important. One can be showing a smile on their face but can be going through so much. You really don't know what someone is going through unless you step into their shoes. Not everyone grows up in a friendly neighborhood with a supportive family and adequate money. We all go through different struggles, and that is why we need to have empathy. And the article from The Economics also states that, strikingly, the average American in 2009 scored less empathetic than 75% of people in 1979. America is becoming less empathetic, and that is something that needs to be changed. Americans should have more empathy for the immigrants that are coming to the United States. Mexicans are trying to escape poverty and violence, and that is why they come. But some Americans don't seem to understand that. They don't truly know why they are coming, and instead they go right into judging people and harassing them. Adults are being underpaid, being unemployed, not having health insurance, and they are still being harassed. An article from the CNN explains, "Whites do not live in black bodies and have not experienced the particularities in this lived experiences. One race will never truly know what another race goes through, and that is why an even bigger reason why the Americans should have empathy. There is no reason why people of color should be terrified to go outside. That is not how someone should live. We should be coming together and reuniting as a country. There is no reason for people to be fighting. We are all human. Empathy is the starting point of bringing everyone together. Racism is a huge problem that our country is facing today. And instead of fighting each other, we should be coming together to fight racism as one country. To end racism, we all need to show kindness to one another. We have to understand that we are all going through different situations, and it is not easy for some. No one should be fearing if they are going to live another day because their skin is not white. It's not right. Kindness is where we need to start if we want to end racism and unite our nation in equality and justice for all. Thank you.
All right, that was our last speaker of the day. Excellent job, Beverly. Excellent job, everyone. I'm so proud of every single student in the school and all the great work they did today. Everyone give yourself a big hand. Our top 5 or 6 speakers from today will be competing in our school-wide speech contest on Monday evening. If you're a family member, you're invited. If you're a community member, you can watch the live stream only with a special password. So we will communicate that better later, okay? And our top speakers from that contest will go on to the Lions Club contest on Wednesday, which is why we have some different rules about live streaming everything, because we want to follow their rules correctly. So thank you again for all the hard work. Thank you for people who were watching online. We really appreciate getting the community involved in our school. Thank you.